Okay, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Gabby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 26, 2024 meeting of the Oregon Early Learning Council. We're delighted to have lots of people here in person for a change to meet together. And we appreciate those of you who are joining us online as well. Gabby, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Katie Brooks is excused. Peter Buckley.
Here.
Barry Ford.
Here.
Elizabeth Farrar Campbell.
Here.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
Here.
Dr. Peg Miller.
Here.
Subin O will be joining us late. Ruby Ramirez.
Here.
Anne Marie Simons.
Present.
And then Alyssa Chatterjee is also here, Director of the Department of Early Learning and Care, and agency directors will be joining us later this morning as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Gabby. All right, exciting agenda, and we want to welcome our hub partners, Carrie McCann and Harriet Dinter, who are here to be a big part of this meeting as well. So thanks for being here. Very key partners. And is there any public comment from anyone who's here or anyone online? Did anyone sign up?
No.
All right, we will then move on. So council, you know that Alyssa and her staff have been working on their equity plan, which is in our packets and quite extensive and very exciting. So I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa, and then she will introduce Cyrilda, who is going to join us virtually.
Good morning, everyone. So as Sue mentioned, all agencies are required by the governor to have a diversity, equity, and inclusion action plan. And we had until June 1st to get those submitted. We submitted our draft plan last summer, and then have been working very closely with the Department of Administrative Services Office of Cultural Change, and have joined other agency cohorts to kind of refine and improve and scope and narrow that as we integrated it into our Growing Oregon Together strategic plan, which is officially out as well. And simultaneously, we began to work with Workplace Change to really focus in on our agency culture and making sure that we have a deeper understanding of the needs of our teams, particularly as a new agency and as we're building so many foundational structures at DELC. It felt like a really opportune time to kind of do that pulse check. While all agencies are also required to do a staff engagement survey through Gallup, which we've just completed. Those are the Q12 questions. You don't really get to modify them. You can add a few. And so we really wanted to kind of take a step back and take an equity lens to really what we want to see from our culture and have a more focused way of getting that information from our staff, separate from the kind of enterprise-wide approach to staff engagement. So I will turn things over to Cyrilda to talk a little bit more about the work that Workplace Change does and how they're coming alongside us over the next year to really assess and address our culture with DELC. Thanks for joining, Cyrilda.
Oh, thanks for having me, and hello, board. Nice to see you all. I am joining you from the great District of Columbia, so my apologies for not being able to join you there in person. That would be my preferred mode of communication. So I'm joining you there today to share with you a little bit about Workplace Change and our partnership with DELC. To begin with, Workplace Change is a human resources firm, first and foremost. I used to be the human resources director for the Oregon Department of Education under Governor Kitzhaber. I then moved and became the Chief Human Resources Officer for the city of Portland, serving under Mayor Wheeler, and transitioned from that role in 2019 to work full-time in my firm, Workplace Change. So we are, card-carrying, classically trained human resources professionals, but what makes us unique or different from other firms is that we truly do try to bake in diversity, equity, and inclusion fundamentals throughout all traditional HR functions. So when you think about employee relations, we have an investigation happening right now with a client where we're taking a different approach to an investigation, right? Like, has anyone here ever been audited by the federal government? Good for you. No, all right. An investigation feels what you probably imagine a federal audit feels like, right? You don't know what they're looking for. You don't know why exactly you're in trouble, but you do know that it's probably not going to work out in your favor, right? And so what we try to do is really be really inclusive, overly communicate, walk people through what the processes will look like, what the outcome could be, just walk in tandem with them throughout that process, because transparency is a big part of diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? We do the same thing with labor relations. We're at 4 collective bargaining tables right now. We do it with classification and compensation work, right? Putting an equity lens over not just how much people get paid, but how people get promoted, how people get opportunity to advancement, career advancement, et cetera, as well as, pay equity compliance with the state law. So again, from training and development to organizational design to recruiting and retention efforts, we truly do bake in diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout all those fundamentals. And so when it comes to our partnership with Delk, what we're doing is, number one is our culture assessment. So we conduct between 20 and 50 culture assessments with different organizations, nonprofits, corporations, government organizations, smaller organizations, companies that are 10, 20,000 employees. We conduct these culture assessments to really help put our finger on the pulse of how the workforce is feeling in both qualitative and quantitative measurements. So with many assessments, you'll see like satisfaction with a particular element of an organization, but it's really static. For us, we try to ask an open-ended question and allow you to take us on your personal journey of with respect to that question. So for instance, one question that we ask is, and this is kind of a fun question, and that is, describe the personality or character of the organization, right? So if Delk were a friend, how would you describe them? If they were an associate, how would you describe them? And that really does give you a flavor of the personal relationship each individual employee inside your ecosystem has with Delk, right? Like, how would you describe Delk if they were a business acquaintance, a friend, a colleague of yours, right? Like, it's different than describe the culture. Culture can mean so many different things, but really what is culture? It's the personal relationship you have, the way you feel the moment you walk inside an organization every step of the way. And our questions really do get to the root, the essence of how people feel about their relationship dynamics with management, with systems, with policies, with procedures, and with their future inside the organization. And then we take that information and we apply a heat marker to the response that a person provides. And then there's some hocus pocus from a number standpoint that we also utilize. So for instance, if I ask Dr. Miller, if I say, let's give a question, how would you describe the leadership team, right? Dr. Miller might say, I describe Delk's leadership team. I describe my supervisor as being kind and generous and thoughtful, right? But then they may say, but I feel like the executive team isn't as responsive to the needs of the workforce as I would like. And I feel like the governor's office is, really passionate about the welfare of families and children, and I'm excited about that. So I asked you one question, but you gave me 3 very divergent perspectives. How do we capture that in our culture assessment? Well, what we do is every person gets 1 point per question so that no one can outweigh their presence inside of our culture assessment. And if you give one answer, just one finite answer, I love my manager, they're the best manager in the world, right? We'll give you 1 point in the blue category. So blue is positive, response. Green is a neutral response. Yellow is a somewhat critical response. And a red response is a very critical response. So I love my boss. You get 1 point. Maybe your 1 point goes into the blue category because that's the only thing you really talked about. But maybe you have this divergent point. I love my boss, but leadership isn't paying as much attention and giving as much care. So you'll get 0.5 points in the blue, 0.5 in the yellow, because it's somewhat critical. And then if you give 3, you'll get 0.33, 0.33, 0.33 based on the color that you're a part of. No one can get more than 3 bites at the apple. So 1 point up to 3 responses, and then we make sure that it's equally spread out in the appropriate question. So that's just to give you a flavor of the grain size of detail that we capture in our culture assessment to really help you understand what is happening behind that score. What is happening behind that color, right? What are they talking about very specifically? And then after that, what we provide is again, a summary of all of the feedback. It's pretty detailed, and our recommendations on what we think you should do in order to reduce the presence of the yellow and the reds, and to sustain the green and the blues. That's what the culture assessment is. So far, you actually had amazing participation. Out of the 302 DELC employees, 268 participated in the assessment, which is close to 90% participation. When we've done this with organizations that have 100 or more employees, we're usually at about 70% for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's because of vacations. Sometimes it's because the union is, we do this in unionized environments, and there's a campaign with unions like, we don't trust that this third party is going to be impartial. And sometimes it's because people just don't trust that it's going to be confidential. Their feedback is going to be confidential. Either way, we've never had 90% participation with hundreds of employees or more. And so that's a testimony of the commitment, from my perspective, from our professional perspective of doing hundreds of these, of the commitment of the workforce, the trust of the workforce to even give this a shot. And they were very transparent in their feedback. So that was really exciting. So that's the culture assessment component. The second portion of work that we're doing with DELC is training. So we're doing our trust training with the entire workforce. It's developing a high trust culture. We're conducting that in small batches, but everyone will get the same information. And our trust training really focuses on both what is trust, what is the value of trust on the team, how do we lose trust, how does each person contribute to the erosion of trust inside of an organization? Because, when a lack of trust is present, there usually isn't only one entity to blame, right? Like, there are definitely some bigger rocks of contributions to the lack of trust, but usually once the trust is gone, everybody's participating in this lack of trust kind of culture. And so what we want to do is help people understand what is their contribution to this unhealthy pattern inside an organization. Understanding that there may be some prominent players and some less prominent players, but we are likely all playing a role in the lack of trust. And then starting to get into some of the tools, like what are some of the trust behaviors to build upon. And my hope is that not only I have this saying, I say training without activation or accountability is just entertainment, right? It's just this cerebral exercise of like ahas and interesting. But how do we actually bring this to life? How do we actually say, hey, you're engaging in behavior that is unbecoming of a member of our community from a trust standpoint? So for instance, we're working with a client right now. They did the trust training, and then they embedded different tenets that they worked on with the workforce to identify, like, if we're going to try to establish trust and accountability for not just individual contributors, but for executive members, middle managers, and individuals alike, what are those actionable attributes? What are those characteristics? And then when they identify that a person isn't engaging in that characteristic, so for instance, gossip, right? I got into HR because I'm nosy. I tell people this all the time. But who here believes that the foundation upon which you build a trusting environment is through gossip, right? If you really want to trust somebody, if I want Will to trust me, I need to talk disparagingly about Will to Dr. Miller. That's how we're going to establish trust, right? No one believes that. And yet no one people tend to not redirect that bad behavior, mostly because we're interested in the gossip. Never you, Will, never you, right? But from a people and culture standpoint, when that pattern shows up, how do we actually call each other together to say, I see, Will, you're having a challenge with Dr. Miller. How can I participate in helping you all get to the other side of this, right? To get to a solution, because in the absence of that, it really does help to erode the culture even further, leads to hurt feelings, and can harm people's reputation in pretty significant ways. And so we talk about that during the trust training, and then hopefully you take those fundamentals and you activate them and you codify them into practices, norms, the way in which you evaluate behavioral expectations inside the organization, those kinds of things. Okay, so we're going to do that training, and every single member of the workforce will go through that training, or at least I'm predicting at least 90% participation. They've set a new benchmark of participation and engagement. And then the third umbrella, the third leg of this stool is coaching. So there will be an opportunity for employees to management and employees alike to get coaching, to get some direction and advice in order to live into some of these practices, because again, this is hard work. I mean, I'm talking about it briefly, even though I've been talking for like 13 minutes. I'm talking about it briefly as if it's super easy work. But if it were easy work, everybody in the world would be doing it. And we know that we are not doing it, right? And so people need some coaching, because the number one thing that people struggle with, particularly in the Pacific Northwest, is having a conversation with a person about how they feel in a healthy, productive, and constructive way. Not throwing someone under the bus, not trying to embarrass someone, not attacking someone, not being, defensive with someone, but to just like say, hey, this happened. How do we stop it from happening? How do we get to the other side? And the number one reason why people struggle with having those conversations is because they're fearful of what the other person on the receiving end is gonna say. It's like the number one question I get, well, what do I do? What are they gonna say? Like, what do I do if they say this? Like, okay, you give me this script, but what if they say something that is like, they call me out, or they blame me, or I don't know what to do with that. And so it can paralyze people from actually having the healthy conversations necessary to get to the other side of conflict or frustration. And those are the kinds of things that we'll be prepared to coach folks on. So I will pause in my overview. There was a lot that I just shared with you all. Pass it back over to Alyssa, and then anyone who has any questions or comments, I'm open.
So we're really excited. This is a year-long approach. We're not, we want to take time, hear what those lessons are, start to make changes. So it's not like we're gonna throw out this training in August, right? We really want to be building towards this, look at this over the next year and do that pulse check after a year and see what's changed. So happy to answer questions. And as Ilda said, she can share anything more about the approach, but we just wanted to kind of share a little bit. This is really in parallel with our DEI action plan. Our DEI action plan is very focused on the infrastructure that we need to develop with our social equity office, how we're infusing equity into our kind of programmatic policies and practices. And so we see a lot of complementary opportunities with what will surface from workplace change, and it may end up getting incorporated into future iterations of our DEI action plan, but we didn't want to have to wait for one or the other to get going. So really trying to tackle both at the same time.
Wow. Thank you, Serilda, and thanks for joining us from the other part of the country. Appreciate that. Are there questions of Serilda or Alyssa? Comments? Anyone want to get Serilda to do the assessment in your own organization? It's very impressive.
I was curious. Serilda, my name is Marie Simons. Just wondering, I heard you say Gallup as well, and I was wondering how the analysis work and action plan that you're putting together, how does that both either integrate and or speak to the work of the Gallup survey?
Thank you, Marie. That's a great question. So Alyssa provided us with the Gallup results. And what we're going to do is look at, because there isn't as fine of a grain size of information on the Gallup report, but you can start to see, you can overlay the trends that they identified from the workforce and the trends that we're identifying. So what I'm interested in doing is seeing if there's been an escalation since, or a sustained continuation, or more texture that can be provided to the Gallup results that were provided. But we have it. We have reviewed it. We're reviewing the feedback with that data in mind. So there are 3 reviewers who are actually building out the final document. And we are taking the trends that were identified in the Gallup survey and overlaying it into ours to see like what is behind this. We're not asking the exact same questions, but there's a similar flavor of questions that are there. And then again, we'll have the anecdotes, we'll have the deeper details to be able to kind of add texture to the Gallup information with our additional information.
So maybe this is for you. How do you imagine using this information moving forward in your own management of the agency. So, just curious as to how you're gonna implement it.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it will depend on the themes and the trends, but I think, making sure that leadership understands sort of how folks are feeling, making sure management understands, making sure, to Cyril's point about transparency, that we're reflecting this back to the staff and that we all kind of have the same baseline understanding of where we currently are. I think being able to leverage recommendations, but work together on what we want our goals to be, the directions we want to move in collectively as an organization. But I think it's going to inform some of our internal policies and practices potentially. We do have limitations, Cyril talked about compensation. There's limitations what we can do, right? We are part of an enterprise. We don't have our own salary scales, we have to work within that structure, but where we can make adjustments to our policies and approaches, identifying where there's needs. I think I'm imagining a lot of these recommendations will have roll-up effects for leadership and for managers primarily, and it's making sure that our managers are supported with the tools they need to then support their teams to being successful, having the tools to interrupt, as Cyril just said, be able to redirect, have the courageous conversations, make sure there's that shared understanding of accountability and how that's being applied, but also making sure that we're setting a standard for everybody that is clear for everyone so that we can collectively be moving towards that. And I think once we get sort of the analysis and recommendations out, we'll also be able to map that to our TEI action plan, our strategic plan, and see where are those obvious intersections and where are there bodies of work we did not anticipate that we need to be really intentional about incorporating into our work. And Cyril, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Alyssa. So one thing, I just pulled up the culture assessment that we did right before we started with Delk, and I'll just give you, without divulging who the client is, a flavor of the kind of information that we get as a result of the culture assessment that then management was able to activate on. And so performance management system is unfair and inequitable. That is one of the things that about 40% of their workforce highlighted. So what we were able to do is we were able to make a recommendation that they make the enhancements, and then we got very specific about what was perceived as being inequitable. Only about 30% of the workforce was actually engaging with the assessment, depending on the manager you had. Only this particular organization, they received pay increases, performance-based pay increases, merit increases to their compensation, but only 30% of the workforce was actually being required to complete the assessment. And so it's like, well, what's going on here? Well, if the assessment wasn't completed, those people, now, don't judge now, everybody's got their own series of challenges, but if they didn't complete their assessment, they still got a full top percentage payout. And those who were completing it were actually being penalized more so than those who weren't completing it, right? And they were like, the CEO of this company said he had no idea. HR had an idea, their managers had an idea, but the CEO had no idea. So we have that fine grain size of information. Folks were concerned about being terminated. They were like, oh, there's a retribution if you respond. So I said, let's look at the data. When was the last time a person in your organization, there are about 350 people at this company. When was the last time someone in your organization was terminated for cause? 7 years ago was the last time someone was terminated for cause. So it was a difference between perception versus reality. So when we presented the findings, I was able to give the data on the fact that there was like 60-70% concern about being terminated for calling out, highlighting concerns to managers, not calling them out, but even expressing what their concerns were. And yet there was no data to support that. So anywho, it's that level of detail that we can provide that offers clarity to the workforce and direction, and opportunity to clean up some things to the management team. And it is a beautiful blueprint to get things back on track very quickly.
I will just say, Cyril, to appreciate your thoughtful process here, and Alyssa as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes next. But I appreciate your, saying something about trust and what that looks like, and hopefully having that be a focus as well within the department. So I'm not sure if when we might hear more or what the follow-up might be, but I look forward to it.
Yeah, we'll have more information for our staff in September, and so we'll share with you all after our staff have been briefed. And then we are working on the trainings happening towards the end of the calendar year, early next year before session really kicks off. So we'll kind of have incremental progress updates, but again, also want to give us time to do something with the recommendations before kind of moving right into accountability and recognizing that this work, some of it you can make a shift like with assessments and how that affects pay. But in other cases, you know, it is going to take longer to see the demonstrable progress of that.
Subin has his hand up.
I would just, pardon?
Oh, Subin has his
Oh.
hand up.
Hi, Subin, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, and I'm sorry for being late. Cyrilda, I was able to pick up on some of your last points, and something that I really appreciated in what you're saying is kind of the difference between training and information versus a lot of that relational work in order to get at equity and inclusion and getting at justice, right? And so my question is about strategy 2, and because I'm wondering about what is DELC's current capacity to have that on the ground presence to get at some of that relational, being able to call in, call out in a way that is responsive and gets at the impact that we want, versus, you know, intervals of training and things like that, which I think is a different, I mean, both things are necessary. And part of my question is what else is needed in terms of internal capacity? Is there more that DELC needs to be thinking about in terms of building up that infrastructure?
I feel like that's both. I think that's an Alyssa question. Yeah, Alyssa, do you want to take a crack at it?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to? Okay.
Yeah, I just feel that Subin, for some framing might have missed. So we just have completed the culture assessment last week. So Cyrilda's team still is analyzing. So a lot of what you're asking, we don't know yet, right? Do we have the capacity and infrastructure we need? We don't know yet. We really won't know until the fall, until Cyrilda's team has had that chance to analyze that the feedback we've gotten from staff. I think in terms of the strategy itself, we have a fairly robust DEI team, our social equity office. We've grown from having one equity director to actually having a social equity office in the course of the last 2 years and becoming DELC. We have really tremendous leadership in Kofi specifically, a lot of expertise and leadership. Cyrilda's worked with Kofi at City of Portland as well. And so I think we have really good infrastructure to build on, and we're not waiting for the culture assessment analysis to be complete to continue making progress. So our team is continuing to design resources. We just announced that we're just finalizing plans rather for a DEI action team internally. So we're continuing to build our internal infrastructure and capacity while this work with workplace change happens in parallel. And I think once we have the results, we'll have a better sense of where those gaps are and whether we have the capacity to address those gaps or need to think about resourcing in the future.
Right. Well, I think it's a huge endorsement, Alyssa, of you, as well as your management team of the new agency, that 90% of your staff have responded or are engaged in this. So congratulations.
We have really dedicated and passionate staff, and I think that's one of the things that makes DELC really amazing and unique, especially as a new agency. We've been able to bring so many folks who want to help build something new and are passionate about the work that we do. And we had very high participation in the Gallup survey, higher than the enterprise average. So I think that folks, they want DELC to be the best place it can be. They want the best thing for our kids and families, and they're willing to show up and do that. So we're really lucky to have so many wonderful people here.
And this is like the 1-year anniversary birthday of DELC, July 1. So we should have a cake. Probably not, because we started late. Thanks. Cyrilda, thank you very, very much for joining us and for being a part of the DELC team now. We look forward to seeing you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And I look forward to seeing you soon as well. Bye.
exciting work, Melissa. So let's move on with our agenda and start in on our hub work. And I'd like to invite our partner, Lisa Harnish, whom we've met before, ED of Marion Polk, Early Learning Hub. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
We're delighted to have you. So what we want to do in this time is just do a quick history of where the hubs have come from, where hubs are. And we obviously have several hub leaders with us today. And I want to thank all of you. Some of you drove many miles and others drove like 5 miles. But exciting time, and council, as you know, hubs are one of our 4 priorities and have been for 2024. So it's very appropriate that in June, before we do our summer break, we get to review the hub work. So really quick review of where the council has been in the hub work in the last year and a half. In January of 23, we decided that Alyssa and I were working together with Lisa. We needed to put a work group together to start trying to figure out what are the roles and responsibilities of this 10-year-old enterprise. And so we sort of struggled for a few months and didn't get very far down that path, partly because we didn't have the staff capacity to support that work group. And part of the reason for that was that Alyssa was trying to start up a new state agency. So that took priority, surprise. And then fortunately, we were able to get Build involved and to come on board with Carrie McCann and Karen. And I think Karen's on the phone, Karen Ponder, playing lead roles in trying to move this conversation forward. Which has made all the difference in the world. So thank you, Carrie and Karen, from a distance. So last fall at our retreat, we decided that the council was really going to make a significant commitment to hubs. And as you know, in Raise Up Oregon, we actually have a strategy 3, that is focused on the council's commitment to working with the hubs and strengthening them. So there's no doubt that we are there, and I would guess that that will continue to be a priority in 2025. But I think today is sort of the culmination and seeing where have we come, and we're going to have our agency partners with us in a little while to talk about how this is cross-sector. This is not a DELC program. This is an early childhood system program. And hubs are really the on-the-ground piece of that. So we're very fortunate to be where we are. And Lisa has kindly agreed to join us as co-president, co-chair. Co-president. The other co is here. Whatever they are, Danny and Lisa are codes of the Early Learning Hub Alliance Association. I always get that wrong. Association. And so Lisa's going to give us sort of a quick rundown of where we are with hubs, where we come from.
For sure. And you'll help me manage time because sometimes I get going and I just can't stop talking, and happy to answer any questions either during or after, whatever is most appropriate. So good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Lisa Harnish, and I do have the honor and pleasure, and I mean that so sincerely, of being the executive director for the Marion Polk Early Learning Hub. As I've been reflecting on not only today, but the work that we've been doing as an early learning hub and within my own organization, thinking about where we are now and where we want to be in the next 10 years, I've really been reflecting on the journey that we've been on. And I have to say, it was 10 years ago, exactly June 30th, that I started as the executive director for the Marion Polk Early Learning Hub. And I can't even begin to believe that it's been 10 years. And I don't know if I should say this or not, but I'm going to. I've actually never, I've worked with DHS for many, many, many years. Then I moved over to the Early Learning Council, or the Early Learning Division, as that was getting started. And I've never really been in a job more than 3 to 5 years, a specific job, right? I just love change. I love keeping going. And I've been here for 10 years. I thought I would be there. I thought I'd be doing this for like 3 to 5 years. And here I am 10 years later. So I think that just sort of speaks to the passion. I know my colleagues join me here today, and you're going to hear a lot of passion for this work. And the hub directors who are not here today physically are certainly here in spirit. And I can attest that there is a lot of commitment to this work. So as I've been reflecting on the last 10 years, I do think it's a great time, obviously, to sort of sit back, reflect, but it's really about what are we going to do in the next 10 years. And that to me is the exciting part, not to live in the past, but where do we go from here and how do we carry forward what is working, and then how do we keep improving things. And I think this work that we've been doing over the last few weeks and months with Carrie and Karen of Build has been just at the right time, the right place for us to catapult into our next 10 years. So I'm appreciative to Carrie and to Karen for this work. Over the last 10 years, we have been through, we've been on quite a journey as Early Learning Hubs. Also the Early Learning Council, then the division, now the department has also been on a lot of journeys in terms of creating and building. And that takes a lot of time and energy. And over the last 10 years, we've had a lot of changes in leadership, a lot of changes in direction, a lot of changes in funding, different things that are coming through the Early Learning Hubs. And I would say, even still with all of those changes, there has been that steadfastness to really focus in on building our communities where we are. We are regionally based. And so each of us have a really strong connection to our communities, to the families that we serve, and to the partners that we work with. We have, what I love about this work too is community building is something I think you're going to hear quite a strong theme for today. And I think that's what this work is. We're building communities, and I love how this is a cross-sector approach. It's not just in early learning, because nothing should operate in a silo. We're connected. We are whole people in terms of what we need to thrive in community. And so our work together through strategic partnerships, help with community partners in a cross-sector way, whether it be housing or social services or health, is the right work. I think of it as sort of, and I think the graphic right now that the DELC has is colored petals. So each petal is different color. I like to think of it as sort of watercolor, where the colors blend together and make different colors. That's a lot of what our work is. It's like, how do we work with our health partners and our early learning partners to create something better, a juicier color, if you will, to help ensure that both our health partners and our early learning partners can meet the needs of children and families. I think that's the right work for us to be doing, to focus in on those policy directions, to help to build the workforce, whether that's a health workforce or a social service workforce or an early childhood workforce, for us to be bringing everybody along in meeting the vision, the collective vision that I think that we all have, is that children arrive in school ready to succeed, families have what they need to be successful. I think the other part that we do quite well and can do even better is really focusing on how do we leverage the resources. There is funding that comes from DELC to do this work, and funding could come from other places, whether that's philanthropic or other agency partners, to help to support the work that is happening. And I think having that energy and synergy happen at a regional level or even a community-based level will ultimately, I think, meet meet our goals even better. You have to have that policy support. You have to have that drive towards that vision, and then at the regional level, by listening to families, by listening to our partners, we can, I think, have an even greater impact. When we think about capacity building, which is another piece of our work, it is really thinking about how do we have the capacity to meet family needs, and whether that's additional services, that's helping family know about the different services, so helping that navigate from a navigation point of view or a referral pathway. Also can certainly be related to helping our workforce to have the skills and tools and educational opportunities. So that capacity building work is incredibly impactful. The information that you had in your packet regarding all the roles, this is the proposal, this is the document. And it has been quite a journey in pulling this together. I'll say that. In fact, Carrie and Karen have done a great job sort of culling through sort of the path that we have been on, but again, with the eye towards what we want to be in the future. And there are 3 primary roles, the convener, connector, and capacity builder. That I love the simplicity of that. I love the alliteration, so I can do that. But it really does, I think, signify or personify the work that we do. We know our communities, we know our community partners. There are always more that are coming into play, but that role of bringing people together is often what it takes to kind of get some things going, to get some of that catalytic energy going. In fact, I was we did a 10-year celebration at my recent board meeting, and one thing that in the information that I prepared, one of my board members said, what you haven't articulated in here is the ripple effect that happens when you bring us or the community together. You know, and it was our public health administrator for Polk County said, you know, as a result of us coming together in this meeting, I made connections with other people, which then resulted in additional services being able to be offered to families, which had nothing to do with why we were there necessarily. It wasn't anything that, you know, we were involved in doing in the after effect, but because we brought people together, they were able to meet community partners that they hadn't met before. And I think that's a critical role for hubs to be able to do. Also, when we think about the connections, that to me is there's a lot nested in there for me in terms of how do we connect our organizations together, which that last example is a reference or an example of that. How do we bring partners together in new and different ways, but then also how do we help families know about what is available for them and what resources they might avail themselves of. And that is really important work, and thinking about it in a culturally specific and a culturally appropriate way as well. And then capacity builder, I've already talked a little bit about that and how important that is for us to have have what families need in community. I think what we hear all the time is there's just not enough, or I don't have the access to it. And whether that is because of the, you know, eligibility criteria, or there's just no programs available, or whatever it is, making sure that we've got the resources that are there to meet families. And then, of course, having the workforce that is skilled, trained, and able to hold early childhood. So I think I'm done. I'm getting the eye. I'm side eye. So I know Sue well enough. And feel the energy. But I have to say, I just am so honored to be a part of this work. I know my community better than I ever thought I would for a very long time. And I feel like I know my community better, and we really are part of this community building work. and creating that sense of belonging for organizations and for families and coming together. So it's great to be on this journey, and I look forward to the next 10 years.
Part of the side effects for Lisa personally of knowing the community so well is she just got drafted to go on the school board. So, if any of you have ever been on a school board, you know what an honor that is.
It is an honor, and it's such a good construction. I love it.
Alyssa, let's hear from Delk's perspective.
I'll be quick. So I think sort of building off what Lisa shared, we've tried this before in the last 10 years. We've tried to pause, we've tried theories of change, we've tried to look at what hubs should do. And I do think this is different, in part because we're Delk and we finally have the infrastructure, capacity, and control as an agency to do rulemaking better, to do grants better, to do procurement better, and to really be more responsive to what it is we actually want to accomplish. I think Build has been a tremendous asset by being that third-party neutral convener, no stake in the outcome, to really help us step back. It was wonderful to have Carrie and Karen do an analysis of the many reports and reviews and recommendations that have come out over the last 10 years, and to affirm that we really haven't strayed that far from the original intention and vision of the hubs. I think for me, at least, that was good to know. Made me feel better. What we have done is, as an agency, changed the goalposts, right? What are we measuring? What are we asking them? How are we holding hubs accountable? What are we resourcing them to do? How are we prioritizing that work? And so I really love that we've spent these 6 months reaching consensus around these 3 core responsibilities that are big. Each of these things is really big. And now we start the work over the next 6 months of really figuring out what it means to be a convener, connector, and capacity builder, and what we're actually resourcing hubs to be able to do. And thus far, what we've said is sky's the limit. What is the ideal state? What should be the core responsibilities of hubs? And now we have to level set, so right, and what can hubs actually be with the resources currently available. And then as an agency, we'll also start focusing on backbone organization, making sure we have clarity on those functions, looking at how we start setting outcomes and measurements as we level set what resources are actually available, reaching consensus about how we're going to measure and hold hubs accountable and tell that story to the community, and really being able to shine a brighter light on the incredible value and important role that hubs are playing. And having strong, clear, accessible data is one really important way of doing that. And then how do we need to adjust our grants to reflect that, and review the rules that we haven't touched in 10 years to make sure that that is really accurately reflecting the work they're doing. So we still have a long road ahead, really robust, rich, deep, tense conversations over the next 6 months. Simultaneously, we're also going to stand up a separate work group specifically for coordinated enrollment. And we reached agreement that we think there needs to be some version or role that hubs play in coordinated enrollment, but we can't really say what that role is until we step back and say, what is coordinated enrollment in Oregon? What do we want it to be? And recognizing how the landscape has changed in the last 5 years at the national level. So we will be doing that work in parallel. We'll still have Carrie and Karen kind of in that process and being able to weave in all of the reflections and lessons learned that we've heard so far, but bringing our Head Start partners to the table, bringing our school district partners to the table, and really being able to unpack the vision for the next phase of the coordinated enrollment work. That may go beyond the next 6 months, knowing all the big issues you have to wrestle with there. But I think we can make really significant progress by the end of the calendar year to be able to have a strong understanding of the hubs as we head into 2025. So I do feel like this is different. I think we have a really intentional approach. We have key milestones. Build is really helping us stay on track. And the hubs have been wonderful, volunteering extra time to sit on work groups and subcommittees and answer surveys and do interviews, so that if we can't get there, in a 30-person meeting on Zoom, they're putting in the time to make sure we get the information to stay on track. So I also just want to share deep appreciation for the shared commitment and the trust that we're not going to put something on the shelf, but we're actually going to make changes and be responsive as a result of this exercise. So just thank you, and thank you, Carrie and Karen, for sticking with us and being the thought partners to keep it moving, and for Peter and Sue and Ruby and Subin and everybody who's stayed engaged at the council level to keep this on track as well. So I'm really excited, and Liz has even traveled to our in-person meeting to be there. So it's really been wonderful to see how we can all come together with a systems lens to advance the work.
Thanks, Alyssa. And it takes Alyssa's leadership to really get this focused at Delk. So council, we're going to just open it up for comments. Council members are incredibly invested in your own hubs, so this isn't like a new world for most of us. So comments from your own perspectives, questions. So another big 6 months ahead. That's quite an agenda you just listed. I mean, just the backbones alone, looking at that piece of the puzzle could take 6 months, but unfortunately, it won't be the whole 6 months. So open it up for comments and questions. Subin.
I first want to appreciate how so many conversations have led to 5 pages in this proposal here, and appreciate how difficult that is to make that happen. And for all the people who were thanked, I want to echo and ditto that. One of this is a comment that's kind of a check for understanding, and also I want to hear your perspective from the hub leaders. So one of the things that I'm seeing here is in terms of connector, convener, capacity builder is so much around building support and getting people to agree on a vision in your respective communities. And one of the things that I see as one of the hardest challenges for a hub leader is all of these different cross-sector, different agencies, different organizations, they have their own visions. They have their own ideas of things that they need to be working on and accomplishing. And I'm curious if you see that as one of the hardest challenges, is to get everyone to kind of see, hey, we're building an early learning system. The vision is like this. We're going to co-create it or develop it together, or however you decide to talk about it. But do you see that as one of the hardest challenges, and how can the council help in that? I know we have our Raise Up Oregon. I know we have our cross-department agency leads and heads kind of coming to these meetings. And yeah, so that's where my comment and my question is what can we do to better support the hubs on that, vision making?
Sure. But I do not. Be my guest.
So Subin, I would say that really is a challenge and can be a challenge. It's not always a challenge. Often you bring people together and it's a great idea, but then when people go back to their offices or go back into their work, are they really empowered or enabled to do such thing or whatever it is we decided on? That can be a challenge. And I think I think in part building a strong relationship, I think there also needs to be built-in flexibility in terms of different agency cultures, rules, whatever is coming at that. I think having a solid understanding of that is also critically important for us to really move the needle. I would also say having strong leadership, not only at the state level, but then at the regional level for other sectors as well. I think something that I don't think I'm alone in this, but Raise Up Oregon might get a lot of time here in this room. We certainly talk about it, but then when we go to those, our colleagues and other agencies or other meetings or other things, they have no idea what Raise Up Oregon is or why it really matters, right? And so sometimes it's sort of introducing something that may not have context or may not have enough pull on, with other agencies as much as we would like it to. I am thrilled that we have a 2.0. I do think that the 2.0 is stronger. And I think it's an opportunity for the council to work even stronger and more closely with state partners to sort of bring all of this along together. And I also really appreciate having the hubs really specifically called out. I think it is calling attention to other agencies, and I think we'll continue to do so. So it's a challenge, it's a work in progress, and we have to keep coming back to it. We have to keep being real with it. We can't just sort of tuck it under the rug or think that a hub isn't doing what they're supposed to do because, you know, DHS isn't doing what they're said they would, you know. So I mean, I think we just have to have that open dialogue.
Thanks, Lisa. Robin.
I think it build on what you were saying. It was what was on my mind around engaging. So when locally, when you do cross-sector convening and magic happens, I'm thinking about the stories that can be examples and lifted up to like Ruiact, even and the conversations they're having there, where stories in the community can kind of bring the theoretical concepts alive instead of it being like, what is a hub? That's a word. So it can be a lot of things. And I just feel like we could do a better job in supporting it. I don't know who the we is. It might be, you know, might be the council asking specific questions on what kind of examples, but I think of the comment about leveraging resources is, could there be a story about the combined leveraged resources and what it means to the families in the community that makes the cross-sector state level departments understand relevance, not just like early childhood over here, it's actually all of our states.
I think storytelling is a superpower, being able to show examples of the impact is critically important. And I know each one of our hub directors have stories. We report a lot of the stories, and I think finding a way to make sure that they're raising up and going where they need to go to have an impact is great.
Just want to build on that a little bit. One of the questions I was wondering, how is the division thinking about, you know, obviously the hubs are, if I'm thinking about them after hearing this, you know, it's a lot of program implementation and sort of the work of Delta on the ground, right, and coordinating the local systems. Then I'm wondering about how are you all thinking about it in reverse, right? Either you're on the ground partners, they're working directly with providers, they're working direct, and they have, you know, in addition to stories like direct feedback in terms of what's working, what can be improved. So what's that feedback and how does their input and input into what the Delta strategy is priority? Is there a direct?
Yeah, so this is a bi-directional, right? So when we think about even the three roles of convener, connector, and capacity builder, it's about making sure that information is circling up. And that's where we get into the outcomes and measures and grant agreements, right? So we need to clearly articulate what data and information we need to be collecting from the hubs so that we can use that to inform how we distribute program slots, where we need to review our rules or our policies in terms of how a program is implementing, where we need to where we've got a gap that we need resources. So I think as we kind of head into this next phase of work, my goal is to really get crisp about what we're collecting and clear intentionality and plan for how we use that information and not collect information just because it'd be nice to have or good to know and we don't actually do anything with it. But I think, you know, also recognizing that hubs as those conveners and connectors are pulling together our CCRNRs who are on the ground with childcare providers every day, you know, thinking about the regional service providers, thinking about our regional field offices, and that's what I'll talk about kind of in our next update. But I want us to really articulate what it is we're collecting and how we intend to use it so that it's not just a concept of a feedback loop, but there's black and white expectations on both sides so that we can hold each other accountable and keep it.
Other comments, questions? Peter?
And just building up, so I was glad to see in the DEI plan, strategy number 5 is all about relationships.
Yep.
It's all about relationships. This, so response.
Well, I think DELC as well as the council looks to the hubs to provide input on what are the families saying? You know, what is that family engagement that you all are super involved in and have been for a long time? And just making sure that we have a way of getting that feedback as well. We meet with agencies, but we as a council rarely meet with families. So we appreciate the work you all do at that.
Is there a mismatch between the expectation of hubs and the resources they have to do the work? Well, you described it, I imagine it was. So tell a bit more about that.
Huge. Oh. I thought that was an editorial comment.
Well, I think, we're very under-resourced to really have the impact that we want to have. You know, I think the expectation is we have this much impact, I think we're resourced for this. And so sometimes it really is this conversation with DELC, which isn't always pleasant, like if you want this, you gotta pay for it, or if you're gonna pay me this, we're gonna do this. Which isn't really fun for anybody, and also money is resources, they are what they are. So at some point, you've got to count that. So I think I'm hopeful that as a result of some of this work, we can get to a place where we can say, this is really not only what we want, but if we want this and we're gonna achieve this, it's gonna have to be resourced in some way. And so
Yeah, that leads me to my next question. Maybe this is, I mean, do you have, the way my mind works is I like to imagine what I want to create, see the gap, and then think through, okay, how do I get to what I want to build to where I am?
Yeah.
So do you have a vision as to what level of resource is necessary to have the hubs be what you want?
I think that's part of the next phase. So now that we have those roles, we need to say, okay, what would it take to actually do that? And what do we actually have? I think, you know, agencies are being held to a 1% cap for our agency request budget. So you're probably not going to see a request from us for resource hubs. But what I'm really hoping we get out of this by the end of the year and heading into the session is really a way to, hubs haven't seen significant investments since they were created. If anything, they see reduction. So I think this is an opportunity to also really reorient and re-educate the legislature about the value that hubs bring and be able to say, this is the vision. It's resourced to do this. And if you want the Cadillac, you know, it's going to take this amount of resource, or if you want to get to tier 2, right? And I think that's where the Hub Association play a role in helping tell that story. And we at DELC, as we are collecting the data, following through in our commitments to use that data well, can then reinforce, because of the hubs, we were able to do X, Y, and Z and tell that story overall. But it's going to be a long-term vision, I think, to really get at everything that's described in these 3 buckets.
I agree with that. So one more thing.
Yeah.
So part of what I would imagine, and the storytelling superpower, the vision on what this could be, is you also need to have a strategy. This is where the council members and relationships with other agencies, other stakeholders can be helpful. You have to have a strategy around bringing other voices to this conversation around why doing this.
Yeah.
Right. You know, why having a regional based infrastructure on this issue isn't just about the welfare of families and children, although that's critical. It's also about the strength and success of the state.
Yeah.
And so across lots. So I think that's how you get to there.
Yeah, and I think that's where the council can play a role too with agencies is I think there is buy-in at this level. And how do you get down into the really regional components and get to the space where local public health says, because of the hub, we got services to X more people, or we reduced duplication of services by this amount. And also I think the hubs are a tremendous component of connecting with local leadership and local legislators. At the end of the day, you know, we can try to tell the statewide story, but when you know that this happened in your community as a result of this investment, it's so much more powerful.
And we know the hubs are ready for that role.
And I think, yes, we are ready for that role and we have to play that role. I mean, we have to move to that because how it's been funded has been, I would say very piecemeal. It has been like, okay, maybe get a little bit of coordination, but then you gotta do this, you have to do this, and we have to do this. Meanwhile, still trying to hold true to the convener, connector, capacity builder. I also would say, these roles are much better articulated than have been. And I'm appreciative of that because I think it's gonna help us tell the story better, whether it's to legislator or even to our own community better. I would also say that this continues and this has been the work that we've been doing, right? And so I guess it's just a way for me to say like this isn't like a 45 or an 80 or 180 degree turn. This is, I think, sort of leveraging what we've been building, and it needs to be resourced if we're going to do it well.
Subin, yes.
There are so many people in that room who know what I'm about to say, but something that I've experienced in my work in teaching preschool partners is there's a very big difference from when I'm being opportunistic and I'm seeking out relationship and trying to build trust and work upwards, right, in that way, as opposed to when someone sets the table for me. Right. So if there's someone in a school district or a superintendent, for example, who says, this is teaching preschool partners. They are here to help with this, right? And they're helping with the convening too, right? And sometimes that can be really helpful in terms of making progress in the community. And so I'm wondering if that is something that, I'm sure it's probably going to depend on the context and depend on the situation, but is there a way to help hubs in that way? Is there a way for someone to help set a table for you, right? And I'm imagining it's probably different in each of the different hubs as to whether or not that's needed and who would do something like that and for what purpose, right? And so, but it's something that I've been thinking about because I'm just trying to figure out how, in the spirit of how can we be helpful?
I think it definitely could, and I would say it depends. I'll sort of use that as the blanket answer. I do think, regionally there are probably, stronger sector ties than in other places. I mean, I will say in my own region, just using that as an example, we're adjacent to a lot of the housing work, but we're not directly working on specific projects. We've been either part of some, very important initiatives and have been at the table, but really more as a strategic thinker partner, but not really super active. But it's been because of the relationship we've got there. If there were another way for, again, I'll use housing in our area to say like, oh no, we could really work on this if housing, you set the table and you ask the hub to do something like that, that could definitely be helpful, but I think it will depend on the region. It will depend on the partnerships. It will depend on what ultimately is trying to be accomplished.
Thanks. All right. Excuse me. We need to wrap this up. We're going to take a 9-minute break while we sort of reorient the table a little bit, and our agency partners will be joining us. The way we're going to do this next panel is sort of in dyads, I guess you'd say. So we're going to start, as you can tell from the agenda, with Lisa and then the healthcare directors and Christy and Fairboars from ODHS. And they'll sort of do one panel, and then we're going to have about 7-8 minutes, maybe 10, for questions and conversation from council. And then we'll move on to the next dyad. Just so you get a sense, we don't have a lot of time, as always, for lots of dialogue and questions, but we're hoping we can have some time for that exchange. So that'll be the 10:30 to 12. Okay, so you might as well just stay put. You're on the first panel. And this is going to be Dr. Hathi's first meeting Yes.
Now you are.
Kind of
Whack-a-mole, you just kind of like.
To be honest, you are. All right, we are back with our break council and excited to start in on our panels in which we will be inviting and welcoming our hub director partners, as well as our agency director partners. So excited for this time together. The Dr. Hathi and Dave Baden from OHA are on their way, but tied up in an earlier meeting. So we're going to go ahead and start with Christy Collins and Fairboards from ODHS. And then we'll jump back to OHA when the guests arrive. So Christy, welcome from the Lynn Benton Lincoln Hub. And Fairboards, welcome back again from ODHS.
Thank you. And I should just declare that I'm not doing any presentations here. The person who's doing it is not here, so we'll see.
She's online.
Oh, is she? Okay, well, Chris is gonna start and then Balit behind me will do it.
That's correct.
We know nothing, we do nothing.
Did you get that established? Directors are really. All right, Christy, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm Christy Collins and I'm the director of the Early Learning Hub for Lynn, Benton, Lincoln, and Lincoln counties. Like Lisa, I've been in this role almost 10 years. I'm the only Early Learning Hub director we've had in our region. So a long history with this region. And one of the things to start off saying is we're the perfect sweet spot as an early learning hub because our boundaries of Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties are exactly the same as our ODHS District 4. So we've had a standing position for the district manager on our governing board for the Early Learning Hub, even since before I was hired and as we were setting up our hub and the formation of what it would look like. And that has given us a lot of opportunity for collaboration over the years and for our ODHS partners to have a really good understanding of the work that we're doing as a hub. Most recently, what we've been working on is that District 4 has hosted a poverty prevention work group. And they started this work group, I believe it was in November of 2023, and I'll let Blake correct me if I'm not accurate on that date, but it started out with mostly ODHS staff and a few.
Yes, let me interrupt. Let's get Balit on the screen. Balit, if you would speak, we'll see you.
Sure. Hi, I am Balit Burke. I'm the district manager in Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Okay, Christy, go ahead.
No problem. And so this group started with mostly staff and then a few key partners around our region. And the group, as they were determining their target population and priorities for the group, families with children prenatal to age 5 was identified very early on. And so Balit reached out to me to get me to join this group and wanted me to start with providing the group with an overview of Raise Up Oregon. It wasn't something they were familiar with. The work that had already been happening in our early learning hub. And we also publish a data book annually, and that had recently come out. So sharing some of the information about our region from our data book. And she was already very familiar with all of this work because of her role on our governing board. One of the areas that this group was looking at was doing some journey mapping with families and finding out about the data in the community and hearing what it was like for families in accessing services, what were the barriers that they were facing, and where were their gaps in services and unmet needs. And at the same time, we had just secured funding for a community asset mapping project from Oregon Health Authority and had been talking about this project in the work group and thinking about how we could blend the work that we would be doing with the asset mapping project with the questions that the poverty prevention work group wanted to learn about each of the communities. The asset mapping project is in 16 of our rural communities across the 3-county region. So those communities that have the least access to services and the greatest barriers in getting them, and typically can't find the services they need in the communities where they live. The project is really to learn about what it's like living in a rural community from a family perspective. We can look at a map, see a park, and think, wow, there's access for places to play. But if the lighting's not great at night or there's drug activity, we don't know what it's like for that park if families aren't letting their children play there. And one that stuck out to me, and this has been a passion project for me because I've done it in another state in an agency I worked in, we learned that there was a hospital, a great new hospital facility in this community. They didn't have a birthing center and it was on a mountain. And so if you were delivering and it was not an emergency birth, you had to drive up the mountain. And you would look at a map and see that there's a hospital there, but not know that that's the lived experience for families in that community. And that's what we wanted to learn about our rural communities and what it was really like for families living there. And once we secured this funding and started talking with the work group, we discussed what more did we want to learn from this work group and what questions could we add in. We were adding questions for OHA to meet the requirements of the funding that we received from them. So starting to think about how do we bring in the other CREST sector partners to learn as much as we can from this one event as we're going out to each of the rural communities. And with feedback from the work group, we were able to add some additional questions that the work group wanted to learn about, and also add in a question asking families if they would be willing to participate in a follow-up interview of more of a journey mapping with individual families in our communities, because the researchers in this group wanted to try and seek additional funding to do more with that journey mapping and interview process. And we wanted a ready-made list of families across our 3-county region that we could write into the proposal that we have this many families with contact information who have already consented to participate in the process. So we were able to add all of that information in and have started our asset mapping. We have completed 3 communities. Subin, you'll love to hear that each of these sessions are being held with one of our trusted community partners in the rural communities. So those agencies that are already there hosting events, we're kind of piggybacking off of those events. The second one we did was in Harrisburg, and they do a community barbecue at the elementary school every year. They had 200 families there. And so we were able to set up in their library and invite families with young children and really any of the families who wanted to participate to come in and do the mapping sessions with us and tell us about their experience living in Harrisburg. And it was the elementary school principal who told them about this and invited them in to come and join us and participate in the event. You have a copy of the Philomath report. That was the first one that we did, also done at an elementary school. And what we learned from families, and we're really excited about thinking, how do we share this back with the poverty prevention work group, with OHA, with our governing board. And we're asking families if they would like a copy of the report and their email information, and we're sending them back to families and the trusted partners so they can share them out with their communities as well. And then our data staff are going to pull together a full regional report after we complete the project, which will be a year from now, June 30th, 2025. We have 16 months and 16 communities to do this in. So big undertaking, but I think we'll learn a lot.
Thank you, Christy. So Fair Boards, i.e. Believe.
Before I turn it over to Balit, so first of all, thank you, Christy. I think one of the things that you'll see today is really the power of partnership. We talked, you might remember last year when we talked about a Building Wellbeing Together initiative. And really what that is focused on is how many different services people need in order to get to well-being. It's not just food, it's not just housing, it's not just education, it's transportation, and really it's that sense of belonging and belonging to a community, and this entire thing is embedded in the community. What Balit will share with you is how many entities have come together, and the early learning hubs are really the center of the community. They are connected in many ways. Our job is really focused on reducing poverty. And you will see some data today that highlights the connection and intersection with families that are receiving SNAP. How does that intersect with our effort to try to reduce poverty, et cetera? And poverty is also one of the elements that brings kids into the child welfare system. So there are many points of connections. Education, which is so foundational. You look at the rate of graduation for foster kids, it's around 55%. And all of that starts at very early age. And that's why this conversation is so important. So Balit can start with the first slide, and you'll see in that very first slide what it takes to actually even begin to do this work.
Thanks, Fair Boards, and welcome, Balit.
Thank you. And I see the slide. So what you see is, our group, I created this slideshow and have the date for today, but Christy is accurate in reflecting that we started in November. And what you see are the partners around the table. We wanted to make sure we presented the logos so that we could recognize, all the good work that's happening and the good minds that are coming together. And as Christy said, our boundaries, Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties align perfectly, which allow for great collaboration opportunities. And if you want to go to the next slide, we'll look at a little bit of the data as Fair Boards referenced. One of the things when you work in the department and under, our great leader, Fair Boards, we've learned a lot about making sure that we make data-informed decisions and think about the data. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to take a look at, the gross countable income. You see the different shades from 150% of FPL to under 50% of federal poverty level. And we do have families that are living on, no income or little income. And then that, 3 to 50% of the children on SNAP cases would be considered to be in deep poverty. If you want to go ahead, I'm going to go through these slides quickly so I don't slow down your meeting. But what you can see is the different poverty levels, the no income learned, and the percentage of children, and then receiving TANF, child welfare involvement, where there had been a removal at one time, or child welfare involvement with a substantial allegation, maybe there wasn't a removal. Single head of households, young children under 6. And, through my years of working with the SNAP program at the policy level, we always knew that the younger children or families with younger children struggle a little bit more because they have higher costs. They have childcare costs, if you want to go to the next slide. And they also have to, they can't have the flexibility that a family might have when you don't have to worry about childcare. So they can work a late night shift, or they can do a swing shift. They can do different kinds of shifts. But we wanted to make sure that if we were going to start looking at partnering around a targeted population, that we looked at the data first. And you'll see that, we have a great deal of our children in this area that are falling into these categories. And I want to also call out that the data that the early learning hubs present also has similar data in it. And so we have multiple data sources that will show that data. If you could go to the next slide, please. And there you see it again, that really specific to the children under 6 years old with the countable gross income. So knowing that this was where our data was, we knew we needed to have Christy's expertise at the table. And had no idea how, well, I did know how this was going to be a great partnership because they do so much work in the hub and they're always adding things. I mean, she's talking about the data mapping, which was really important to us, but there's so many things that they do that are complementary to the population that we could be complementary to with the parents. If you'd like to go to the next slide, please. So one of the things that we did in this group is we have Chestnut Research at the table. And one of the exercises they suggested we try is doing an exercise with our 9 whys. And so everyone did their 9 whys and it was an interesting exercise. But what it did is it pulled some of the similarities and really where a lot of us landed were very similar. And so those are our 9 whys. And it's the why, what is keeping us at the table? What is, making it so that we want to work together and make sure that we're building a system where we can support people, but also making sure that we start small and we don't try to, have a big, broad, sweeping effort with the population. We need to have that focus so that we can be effective, which is, again, one of the reasons why we wanted to take a look at that data. And then you see the 15% solutions. And so these are just some examples. And really what this is looking to get at is things that we can do that don't cost any additional funding. And so what we want to make sure is as we continue to build this partnership and we build our system together, having the right voices and folks around the table, but also making sure that we're building something that's sustainable, that we're not adding something and then taking it away later. And then with the stronger partnerships, referencing again, the hub's client journey mapping, that was so high of interest to us because one of the things that you think about with Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties is it's got a lot of rural areas. And so we were wondering, I wonder how well our referral system is really working. And that's where you see, us thinking about doing texting. A lot of times when we refer people to some sort of a resource, we don't know if they get there or if they get lost along the way. Was the contact warm enough? Because it's very intimidating to navigate these systems. And so we're trying to figure out some strategies to make it a more friendly handoff. And then, of course, we're working on, vision statements and things like that with this group. But just wanted to provide you with a few examples. And one of the, if you want to go to the next slide. So one of the things that we, want to make sure we think about are continuing to have those conversations about state and federal policy program, managers and resources. And so there's a subgroup that's working on those things. We have our poverty prevention partners. As you see, there's overlap there. And then thinking about working with our clients and holistically serving the population. And when I think about it from a self-sufficiency standpoint or from the standpoint of our family coaches, what are the trainings that we're going to need to provide them so that they learn how to have the right conversation, so that we're supporting the prenatal to 5, so that we're talking to parents and reinforcing those messages that perhaps they're getting from the different places that are supported by the early learning hub or the different systems. If we start speaking the same language and supporting people in ways where we're recognizing, their good parenting, along with working on building them up in the system. So maybe we could, boost their income. Those are things that we are thinking about with this work. And it is only in its infancy, and we hope that we can bring you more success stories in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Balit. Great slides. I assume we can get those slides from Gabby. So thank you, Christy Fairboards and Balit. We're going to switch over to Oregon Health Authority at this point, and Lisa Harnish as the hub director. So welcome, Dave.
Thanks.
Good to see you again.
Yeah. And Dr. Puffy had got stuck at a different meeting, so we'll be here soon.
No problem. Shall we wait for her to arrive? Maybe I should do that.
Yeah, maybe just a few minutes, knowing that she might, the meeting might have been done at 11. So
no problem. We have several. And we're ready to start. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. All right, so let's go then to education. And thank you, Dr. Williams, for being with us, and Danny, thank you for being with us from the Hub. So Danny, Sam Thomas, who's director of the Clackamas Hub, is going to lead off. And then Dr. Williams will present for Department of Education. So Danny.
Thank you. So happy to be here. Thank you for having me. As Sue said, I'm Danny Sam Thomas. I'm the director of the Early Learning Hub, Clackamas County. So in Clackamas County, as well as all of the early learning hubs, of course, our chief goal is to make sure that children arrive ready for kindergarten, which makes our partnerships with the 10 school districts that we have in Clackamas County, because it is quite large, and our education service district invaluable in making sure that by the time kids get into this system, they're really ready to learn. And so we ensure that they do, we do a lot of partnership work with these partners. I am really honored to say that 3 out of our 10 school districts have a representative member on my governance council. And I have 2 representatives on my governing council from our education service district. And that includes the chair of my governance council is the director of early intervention and early childhood special education in Clackamas County. And then we also have Brett Walker, who oversees Oregon Pre-Kindergarten and Child Care Resource and Referral, serving on my board. So we have really great partnerships, really great leadership from both of them, and are able to embark on many initiatives and projects together. Today, I would love to showcase for you just 2 of those briefly, because we only have just a few minutes. There are so many that I could tell you about, but first, I want to tell you about the Clackamas Inclusion Team. So this is an effort in Clackamas County that we were really honored to be included in the first cohort round of pyramid implementation model that are through the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion Initiative at ODE. We got to pilot that program in Clackamas County, and what that established is a collaborative team who works together to support pyramid model implementation and supports early childhood programs in serving children with IFSPs or special behavior needs in community programming. We started in 2020, right before COVID hit, and so we were really impacted by the pandemic, of course. But even with that, we've been coming together every month since the start of the school year in 2020. And we have increased the capacity of early childhood programs to support children with differing needs, including those with developmental disabilities and delays. What we love to say is that, of course, this is support for all children who are in the program, not just the kiddos who are on IFSPs, individual family service plans, or who have behavior needs, but really supporting educators to become skilled in working with all of the children that they need to serve. And in Clackamas County, we have what is called a full inclusion model, which means we do not have specific early childhood special education sites or programs that children are served in. Our early intervention, early childhood special education program serves the children in the early childhood special education within whichever community program they go to, which means that every single early childhood preschool program in Clackamas County, there is potentially a child receiving services from our ESD. They receive their therapies within the classroom model there. That represents some significant challenges, but we really lean into this inclusion model that children are best served in a program that their family chooses and is close to their home and best meets their needs. I am super excited that this means this team is hosted by our early intervention, early childhood special education, but I've had a seat at that table all 4 years and have been able to be with them in planning that. We work really closely with multiple partners. That includes ELSI and the Oregon State University program, the Early Learning Systems Initiative, and their pyramid model for statewide implementation. We get a lot of support from there in how we set up a collaborative team and what that looks like. Our sites who participate get coaches to go there and work with their teachers.
We are able to do this specifically with preschool promise programs who already have coaches, so we're able to support those coaches in going in and supporting these teachers, setting up professional development, all of those sort of things. We adopted community inclusion indicators from the Early Childhood Technical Assistance Center. And we use those to determine how well each program is doing at doing a full inclusion model, how well they are set up for quality inclusion. We have folks from our early childhood special education go and they can do assessments of programs to see where they are, what they need to work on. Over the 4 years that we've been doing this in Clackamas County, I'm really excited to say that we have seen improvements on 58 of the 61 indicators in Clackamas County as a group in the programs that we are serving. Those remaining indicators are items that are potentially a little bit harder to meet or we don't have a strategic plan for yet. And so we hope to continue seeing progress. We just did our 4th year of data. And that's really getting us to a place that we've seen when collaborative teams come together, we can make a really big impact in small ways by doing small things. So I'm excited to share that with you today. In your packet, you do have materials. There's a flyer for the community inclusion team in Clackamas County. It has a QR code to a really handy website that I actually get to host for the inclusion team. We put resources there for providers, and coming this summer, there will be a resource page for parents as well, who are potentially looking for inclusive sites for their children or have questions about what inclusion looks like in an early childhood program.
Danny, I'm gonna need to ask you to kind of wrap as quickly as you can. I know you have one
Sure. Well, the one more example, just to wrap very quickly, we are also able to partner with these same partners in Clackamas County. We're going to be able to offer a no-cost professional development experience on early relational health and trauma-informed practice this summer with the team at Dr. Amy King's office. They are coming to do a Cards for Connection training. We're going to be able to offer that at no cost to 150 participants across early childhood education, K-12 educators, home visitors, our early intervention, early childhood special education teams. And we will give them 2 really great conference days to support the workforce being able to address some of the things that come up in classrooms. And you have the flyer for that in your notes as well.
Thank you, Danny. Exciting work that you are involved in. Thanks. Dr. Williams, welcome again.
Thank you. So glad to be here. I don't have a belief, but I do. I do have Kara Williams, who's prepared some amazing talking points for me, and it's just awesome to hear it co-signed by experts in the field. So I'll be kind of overlapping with some of the points that Danny shared. Our question was around community engagement, what strategies we use, how that could tie to our connection with early learning hubs. And of course, at the Department of Education, we value community partnership and voice, and really try to center it when we're developing and creating any form of policy and so on. So I was in a meeting recently with different partners, and one of our labor partners, to the point of community engagement, elevated our community engagement toolkit that the department has developed as being pretty robust and comprehensive and culturally responsive and those kinds of things. So it's a tool that we have, and I'm happy to pass along when we leave this meeting. Our inclusive approach has been essential for building a more supportive educational landscape. In our student success plans, for example, our Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion, Early Intervention, Special Education Program, and in our Early Literacy Framework efforts. So I'll just give you a couple examples of how that works. So in our student success plan, we incorporate statewide voice and input. Those are ongoing standing groups that are designed per focal student area. So we have our African American Student Success, our Hawaiian, calendar success, and so on, groups, and they are informing the work. So as we support the work forward, we have grant programs that are awarded to local and community-led projects that implement our student success strategies that are key to the program. So utilizing the voice, that whole idea of nothing about us without us, right? We award the grants to early learning hubs and providers of early learning services, school districts, education service districts, post-secondary institutions of education, and community-based organizations to implement strategies in our student success plans. And we work with the grantees to elevate replicability, best practices, lessons learned, those kinds of things. So, if that's something is working well over here, like how do we spread the love in terms of best practices? As Danny mentioned, early childhood inclusion, our early childhood inclusion initiative supports the implementation of key frameworks that have demonstrated effectiveness in facilitating the development of early learning environments that are culturally responsive, inclusive, and identity affirming. And so in education, as we know, it's a complex environment. And we believe that students presenting with different needs need to be in the spaces with their peers in their neighborhoods as much as possible, receiving those services. And so to just hear about that, I think it's working class, just affirming that. This work is implemented by community teams comprised of regional early learning partners, families, and providers who guide the implementation of the pyramid model and are indicators of high quality inclusion. This cross-system approach brings together early learning system leaders at the local level to assess progress and strengthen procedures for engagement, shared funding, and feedback to priorities for children with and without disabilities. And we had heard that language earlier as well. These address the priorities of communities outlined in our local interagency coordinating council, our community system of care, and our early learning sector plans designed in partnership with the early learning hubs for young students with developmental differences. Our engagement includes training and technical assistance on community-wide implementation topics aligned with our implementation framework. Identification and communication with our state leadership team, and support to engage programs and implementation, celebration, and outreach and improve outcomes for children. So this includes elevating community leaders and SLT members in national and state forums and webinars discussing the benefits and strategies leveraged to support disrupting and dismantling biases, systemic practices such as exclusionary discipline, segregating of children experiencing disability in early learning, and elevating leaders at all levels of the early learning system. This is our strategy for co-creation, so that we can redistribute power across our system and ensure a level of sustainability. And as far as our ECSE program, each county has a local interagency coordinating council that provides advice and assistance to the local ECSE programs regarding service needs, collaboration with other agencies, and interagency agreements. These lists are made up of families of young children with disabilities and representatives of local programs that serve young children and their families. This allows for regional engagement and collaboration across the programs. Our early intervention is working with the Center for Coordinating Oregon Home Visiting Systems, along with our state partners at DELC and OHA to support collaboration and coordination between Oregon's various home visiting programs. This includes our participation in the Home Visiting Collaborative. The key goal of our work within the Home Visiting Collaborative is to ensure family and community voices are included at all levels of the home visiting system. The collaborative is exploring ways to support family and community engagement at both the state and the local levels. And the final examples around our early literacy framework and early literacy school district grants. Here, our governor talking about, and we're just really excited because again, this is we're in an unprecedented time where all of our districts are all in on an initiative to improve achievement, to start aligning our practices and our resources, that kind of thing. And so the early literacy framework references our early learning guidelines, and the early literacy school district grant provides funding for districts to use the core literacy programming, which can be used pre-K to third grade. And districts can collaborate with their early learning hubs when planning how to use their funding to build a P3 alignment. We know that alignment is important when students arrive at kindergarten with the skills they need. We just increase the trajectory in terms of their chances for success. ODE funds Jumpstart Kindergarten, right? I told you, I think last time I was here about our awesome kiddo learning how to count to 100. To facilitate smooth transitions of students to kindergarten. And this is another opportunity for district leaders to collaborate with our early learning hubs. And the early learning transition check-in develops connections between kinder families and kindergarten families with their districts and teachers. So we have those points of examples of partnership.
Right, thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, Danny. I think we're gonna need to just keep moving on, because we're running, surprise, a little bit behind. In a few minutes. So I want, on behalf of the council, want to welcome Dr. Hathi to the Early Learning Council meeting. I've not had the pleasure of meeting you before, so we're delighted to have you here. And Dave, it's always great to see you, so thanks for being here again. Lisa Harnish, whom you may have met already, is the executive director of the Mary Holt Early Learning Hub. So she will lead off sort of this healthcare sector, and then we'll turn it over to you.
Great, all right. Well, it is my honor and pleasure to talk about health and kindergarten readiness. This sector and bringing these two together has been a passion point of mine for many years. And I'm here to report some amazing things that are happening, have happened, and are happening and getting ready to move forward. So we, in Marion Polk, we have Pacific Source is our coordinated care organization. The model that they utilize is they have a local entity that is their council that provides funding back into the community to help to support initiatives. And that council is the Willamette Health Council. And the three organizations, so the Hub, the Health Council, and Pacific Source, we actually meet every other week, and we have been doing some amazing planning on the health and kindergarten readiness, the social emotional portion of that metric, and have been doing some very exciting work. And now moving forward, the Health Council is going to be investing in the Hub to carry forward some of that work. Some of that work includes continued focus on developmental screening, using the Ages and Stages questionnaire, social emotional, or ASQSE. We're doing a lot of training with healthcare providers. We have regular, what we call Kinder Connects, where we have workshops where we're bringing together health and early learning providers to focus in on developmental screening, and then we'll be rolling out a much broader training on the Ages and Stages questionnaire SE. We're also partnering with our Child Care Resource and Referral to do the Ages and Stages questionnaire for with our early learning partners as well, with the intention that we're raising that awareness on social emotional, what that looks like, and how to then handle things in particular settings, and then also from a referral point of view. We did actually just do a training for the Career and Technical Education Center. They have a health and human services program. And so we actually did the Ages and Stages questionnaire NCE training with them, which was pretty incredible. So thinking about that workforce moving forward. So really pushing forward that social emotional piece. As a part of that, really increasing our capacity on family navigation and care coordination. We have across various agencies, we have a lot of community health worker or traditional health worker that are embedded in programs. We also have 3 on my staff who are trained as a community health worker. And we have a traditional health worker THW alliance within our region. And so we're really trying to align all of the THW work and helping to ensure that those who are working with families know about and have access to different resources that will help meet the needs of children and their families. Additionally, we will be within the hub expanding our family navigation services, where we're helping families who are connected through our preschool promise, but we will want to expand this out to our childcare. So when families are struggling with maybe attending programs or provider says, hey, we've got some, there's some things that are happening. So we work with the Child Care Resource and Referral. We also work with the family to help meet and connect them in with resources. And so it's a way to for us to really grow the work and build some of that capacity across our region. A big part of that work will also be working on those referral pathways, making sure they're clean, they're smooth, particularly from our health providers, knowing how to connect with our early intervention, early childhood special education, which is housed at our education service district, making sure that there's knowledge on how to do that, and that also we've got some really clear ways to share information back and forth to make sure that we've got that continuity of care. A big piece of that work too is when children are not eligible for ECSC, then how do we help to support the family? Because those needs are still there, but like how do we build that capacity and in the various environments? Parent education has been a really foundational to our hub. And so we are building our parent education to include more things around health-related topics. We're also working with a consultant to build some parent education that is built on some of the current parent education that we have, but taking those things outside so that we can build some of that love for getting outside, connecting with family, connecting with the church. So we're very excited about that pocket of work. We are also part of the Upstream Initiative by the Oregon Health and Education Collaborative, focusing in on prenatal to age 3. We have just finished our community circles across our region, learning from organizations about what's working and what's not working, and when we think about that age period. And then we actually have our first family focus group scheduled for tomorrow night, and then we've got 3 more scheduled in July. What we're hearing so far, and I don't think it's really a big surprise, is there needs to be a greater understanding of the resources that are available pre and perinatal period. Just that knowledge and awareness, as well as focusing in on making sure that families are connected in a way that is going to be helpful for them. Home visiting is another key piece. We are the community alignment specialist for the Family Connects universally offered nurse home visiting programs. We've been working with OHA on the implementation of that. We're at an awkward period right now where we are bringing up one county and then one county is stepping aside. And so we're restarting that county. So we have an opportunity to sort of reset on that. And that part of that work is really helping to align with all of the home visiting services to make sure that both from a policy and from a practice point of view, that those are covered. We are a part of our system of care here for our region. I actually serve as the co-chair for that. And we've done a reset for our system of care, which is great because we're actually pushing things upstream and moving into that that early learning stages, which has historically not been the focus. It's usually been on youth and young adults in our region. So it's been great to have that be a part of the conversation at those policy levels. And then finally, I would just echo the relationships that we have with our health partners, specifically our CCO and our health council have been really a part of the secret sauce of making this work. Back to the earlier part of our conversation about the relationships, and then also how do we make sure that we can implement the programs like we would like to do them. And it really does take that relationship and that services. So I have more to share. I know I'm.
Dr. Hadley and Dave, welcome. We appreciate you being here. We're delighted to have you at a council meeting, Dr. Hadley, and welcome you to make your comments.
So no formal comments from me, apologies. Not know that was on the agenda, but I do want to just introduce myself and thank you for sharing what you were doing in Marion Polk. It's wonderful to hear about how the Early Learning Hub is engaging with the local CCO. Our understanding is that those relationships across the state could be strengthened. So this model of leadership and engagement and collaboration that you are embodying and supporting is not true of every CCO and of every region across the state. And so hearing that, I'm especially interested, and I know Dave is too, in understanding what OHA can do to better facilitate and foster that coordination and cohesion, because we're here to serve young families. In fact, that is a core priority too of our strategic plan, which we will be releasing in just a few weeks. Fostering healthy families, we believe, is foundational to eliminating health inequities and developing those stronger partnerships across LPHAs, LMHAs, CCOs, and our early learning hubs will be critical to achieving that. And there are a lot of things that we could do probably better together. You mentioned engaging in developmental screening, raising awareness about pre and perinatal resources. I also think about ACEs screening and incentivizing that among our pediatricians. California has done a lot of great work there, and they did it through actually these types of partnerships. And so I think there is a lot that we can explore. The upstream initiative and the work that they're piloting there too, that you are piloting as part of that initiative will be instructive and hopefully will yield some lessons that we can keep to scale statewide. But otherwise, just here to learn from you all and to understand what your ideas may be for what we can do better to support this type of work, because we care very deeply about serving this population, and the healthier they are, the less likely we're going to have the types of strain on our health system that we see with adolescents and adults.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate those comments a lot, and welcome to Oregon. You haven't been here very long.
Yes, still under 6 months, so I'm gonna hold on to that new kid.
Well, we understand you've been traveling around the state a lot, so that is also appreciated.
Yeah.
Thanks. Dave.
I mean, I think just, Lisa, thanks for going through a lot of great work that's happening here. Yeah, I think just in these meetings and just hearing you, just the myriad of connection points that you all try to make every day, and in different ways are successful in that, in different ways want to be more successful in that. I hate to use failure because that's not the challenge here, but just like it's not very easy to not very easy work, and like the greater understanding of what is available for parents and young kids, and how government and private sector and all of the various 4-letter acronyms or 3-letter acronyms are able to get together to support. And yeah, there are days that I think the person-centered side of this, of reminding ourselves who we are here to serve, is so important. It's hard in the midst of, I fail on it probably every day, of focus too much on a sort of what programs are OHA offering versus what are the needs that people have and how do we meet their needs, whether it's Alyssa or Charlene or any of us in that piece. So, I just hearing you sort of resonate of all of those various connections that you have to make. And, I think we all collectively just need to continue to remind ourselves to refocus on those pieces and how all of those connections are made so that a person doesn't have to figure that out themselves. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sure you all have sometimes the same feeling. So appreciate sort of the comments.
Yes, the hubs juggle a lot of different balls and hats and all of those technologies. So, all right, so we're sort of halfway as far as 3 out of 6 partners that we're talking about, and we're more than halfway into the time for the agenda. So, apologize right up front that we're going to ask the next 3 to condense as much as you can, but still give us the really most important information. And then hopefully we'll have some time at the end for some comments from council members. And I think one of the messages from hubs that we all hear at every meeting we have with hubs is that they really rely on you agency directors to be sort of the leaders and the conduits with your districts or regions or your local networks, to let them know that the hubs are legitimate, they're an important partner, and it would benefit all of the kids and families in the state if we can get all of your agencies at the local level to connect with the hubs. So I think that's going to be a message that will filter down, and certainly we hear at every single meeting that we go to with these wonderful hub directors. So with that sort of semi-apology heading this up, we're going to go back to, go to higher ed and workforce development. And I think we have Ben Cannon, who's been waiting patiently on the call. Good afternoon, or good morning, Ben. Good to see you again. And the partnering with Ben on workforce is going to be Brenda Comini from the Central Oregon Hub. And Ben, if you will just say a word or two, we'll get you on our screen instead of Sue Ben.
Yeah, good morning. Hopefully you can hear me and see me. Yeah. Thanks.
Good to see you, Ben. So with that, Brenda, if you would lead off. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us, and because we were happy to host you all last fall, I will probably be a little shortcutting because we did have a panel on our workforce development. So again, thank you for being here, and following the theme that many others have talked about. Our work is very much around partnerships, and in our higher ed world, it really is about workforce in both the early care and education sector, but also for us, workforce in the health and social service sectors, particularly in those entry-level positions, and figuring out how we can support the growth of that workforce in a way that helps them become highly qualified, helps them find career paths that meet their goals. Of course, helps us staff the needs that families identify and that we need in our service partners, but also in ways that will hopefully not contribute to their debt as they move into those fields, because those are traditionally entry level, not high paying fields, as you all know, and there aren't always a lot of benefits. So we work on both sides of that world. I am also a first generation hub director and have been the only hub director for our hub. And so have some longevity there. And prior to that, worked with the Commission on Children and Families. And so have been in my region for a while. We won't talk about how long. But I think that has really helped. We've had some long-standing partnerships that have helped us move our initiatives forward. Can't say enough about that and those partnerships. Our primary partners in the workforce field on the early care and education side, of course, are our child care resource and referral, our community college, Central Oregon Community College, and Oregon State University, which we have within our region. We have, from the get-go, had our higher ed partners at the table of our governance board, and I serve on many advisory committees and initiative building groups with them. So that kind of mutually reinforcing work, I can't say enough about how that impacts. It can't be one way or the other. And so many of you may know Dr. Amy Howell. She is a professor and is the chair for early care and education at COCC. Amy cannot say no to anything. And so I will just say that we also have a very enthusiastic and can-do group that are moving work forward. And then the professor of Human Development and Family Science, and she's also an Associate Dean for Research, Dr. Shannon Lipscomb serves on our board as well. And so those have been really key to helping us think strategically about work moving forward. 3 examples, and I'll just go over them really quickly. Many of you have already heard about Partners in Practice. We are 10 years into that model that was seed funded with our community college, CCR, and us in the beginning with partners about developing an intentional pathway for early care and education professionals that were either with an lens to traditionally underserved and really figuring out how we have some equity in our early care and education workforce and what did that mean? What did we need to do to make that look different for them? And that's not traditional seats in classrooms, and how could we serve a workforce that were already working at the same time that we were helping them advance in that career pathway. And so that has been a tremendous model. That has included evolution, working with student cohorts over this last 10 years to rethink the design of that. So it's non-traditional hours. It is a pathway of certificates and advancement on the way, stepping stones to the associate, and then for the ones that are wanting to move forward to a 4-year degree process, and doing that in Spanish language at our community college. And so we are very, very proud of that. One of the other things that happens is as these students have a lot of things going on in their world, they're often working, they have their family life, and we are encouraging them to do this. Those financial supports about how we don't contribute to their debt ratio while they're doing it, that flexible time, and then some intentional coaching and support for them with enhanced advising and what we call listening circles on a quarterly basis that really help us continue to refine what the offerings look like for the cohort that we're serving at that particular time. This year wrapped up 10 years, or we're headed into our 10th year. 125 students had been served through spring term. That doesn't include summer term enrollments. And we graduated, if you will, or had a celebration for 18 students who completed either the developmentally appropriate learning environment certificate or their associate's degree. And so that's about what it's looking like. It went down a little bit during the pandemic, but we are right at 20 to 25, usually a year, completing those degrees. We are a major pathway for K-12 in equity of leadership because we are encouraging folks to go ahead and extend beyond an associate's degree, which often means they're moving into the K-12 classroom. So bad for us in some ways, good for families in many others, because that continuity of service, emphasis on social emotional learning in the curriculum is, I think, paying out for families in the K-12 structure. The early learning hub's role in that is we had a grant for a while. We were the lead in sustainability for some gap year time and helped make the case for full-time funding currently with DELC for this model. And so we have enjoyed that. We continue to financially support those quarterly gatherings and assessments, those learning circle times, and targeted advising time, because we think that has evidenced a retention in the program for folks that we might not otherwise see. Our second example that I would share with you is really early care and education apprenticeships and internship model. We convened with some other regional partners, Clackamas County, the Columbia Gorge, Central Oregon, a cohort of folks that looked at registered apprenticeship model, and the folks down on South Coast got a little bit of a jump on us in their model, but with a little bit different twist. And so we did a tremendous amount of work, and our higher ed partners did as well, in alignment of course offerings and connection to the Oregon Registry and how that aligns for folks in that model. And so we have joined with South Coast, and they have taken the lead on a Department of Labor application. And if we are not funded through that, we will look for other resources to really look at standing up an infrastructure for early care and education apprenticeship in the state of Oregon. So looking forward to that moving forward. And then the third piece, just really quickly, we have aligned our early literacy work both with our school districts, but also with the help of our community college and our four-year college in looking at the alignment of early childhood STEAM introduction, aligning the principles and guidance around best practice for early literacy, for early childhood STEAM, and for social emotional. And in that work, have then put together a pathway and a menu of supports that include our community college just adopting a certificate in early childhood STEAM, and the students in that work will gain their internships and placement in our early childhood STEAM camps in the summer, our first two piloting this summer. And that work is also similar work going on in Washington County. So just to let you know, these are examples of things for our community, but are happening all the way across the other regions.
Awesome. Thank you, Brenda. Amazing work happening. So Ben, thanks for being with us, and we look forward to your comments.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Miller. I'm very sorry not to be there in person today. My wife had surgery last week, and it's one of the great advantages of Zoom is I can still participate and provide care for her. I've revised my remarks in the interest of time, and just will touch very briefly on some of the ways in which the Higher Education Coordinating Commission works with community and supports community efforts. And let me just, begin by saying what I think you probably already recognize, that in the higher education and workforce development space, Oregon has a pretty highly decentralized and community oriented system. So our 17 locally led community colleges, our 7 independent and separately governed public universities, our private institutions, our 9 local workforce development boards, all of which receive, or most of which receive, and their students receive some funding from the state and through the HEC, and we administer that. And provide a certain amount of oversight to those institutions. But it is really a system that's anchored by design in community with community leadership. And Brenda's report about her relationships with COCC, the public university, and others in the community and in the higher education world in Central Oregon, I think really reflect that sense of community ownership and community leadership. When you think about the HEC role, the state agency role, I mean, that word coordinating is in our title, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. And that really reflects our commitment to driving partnership among higher education and workforce development institutions, community colleges and universities and local workforce boards, for example, but also outside of those institutions and to community organizations and entities like early learning hubs that are reflecting community priorities and community leadership in spaces like early childhood development that are so critical. So we at the HEC use our funding strategies to try to promote those partnerships. We learn from community leaders and from institutional leaders about barriers that we may inadvertently be creating to partnership between the institutions that we support and community organizations, and do what we can to clear those away. I'll just finally sort of summarize by just reflecting a little bit on the history of higher education and workforce development in Oregon, and I think nationwide. And it's one where historically, I think have felt like they need to solve these problems on their own. They've had a sense of responsibility for figuring out education and training for workforce needs and for civic and community life kind of independently and on their own. They've taken full responsibility for the students and learners who they serve. There's a lot of merit in that approach, that sense of responsibility, but I think there's also, over the last couple of decades and over the last several years in Oregon, a much increasing recognition on the part of leaders within the higher education and workforce development system that a go-it-alone approach is not feasible, it's not sustainable, it won't meet the cultural needs of our communities, it won't reach the kind of populations who have historically been excluded from education and training. And so again, from a Higher Education Coordinating Commission standpoint, really putting emphasis on the need for those community partnerships, including with early learning hubs, is very, very important to us. So again, sorry I'm not there in person. Thanks for the opportunity to listen in. I'm learning a lot from the on-the-ground reports, and look forward to the remaining 15 or 20 minutes.
Thank you, Ben. We hope your wife recovers quickly. All right, we're going to move now to Rod Belknap, who's been online for this session. Welcome, Rod. Good to see you again. And Rod and Alyssa are sort of the tag team for early learning and care. So Rod, we will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Sue, and I will try to shorten this down. But out here in the Eastern Oregon Early Learning Hub, our work in the early learning and care sector within our hub region is extensive and unique, we feel. We have 3 counties, Baker, Malheur, and Wallowa. in our hub region, and each of them have very different needs and challenges. With this in mind, we take the approach of kind of operating 3 hubs within one. Many initiatives are able to be implemented across all 3 counties, but we still recognize the individual needs of those counties. As all hubs do, we do coordinated enrollment for Preschool Promise, but we feel like we've taken that a step further. We have all Preschool Promise programs, Head Start programs, all collaborating together with what we call coordinated enrollment networks. And we've taken the approach of coordinated outreach and recruitment. Our goal is to find all kids and families that want a preschool home, find them a place, whether it be publicly funded, private childcare, or private preschool, school-based preschool. It doesn't matter. Our goal is to find every child a home. Of course, we do home visiting systems coordination through our Ford Family Foundation grant. We've had that grant for about a year. Our home visiting systems coordinator, Tammy Doctor, she has just done an amazing job bringing these 3 counties together and these programs together, and really taking out that competition for families aspect. And similar to the coordinated enrollment, it's a concerted effort to find families the right program that fits for them and their needs. We do extensive things around professional development in our region for early learning and trying to align with K-12 and align that transition. We've had many professional development sessions with preschool teachers, early learning admin, K-1 teachers, and elementary administrators, all in the same room, looking at ways we can align that. We do extensive community collaboration. We convene what we call C2C committees in each of our counties, and that stands for to career. These committees that are made up of representatives from Head Start, early learning providers, K-12, ESDs, CCR, relief nurseries, hub staff, EIECSE, Boys and Girls Clubs. It goes on and on, the representatives that we have there. These committees examine the challenges that are facing our youth in each of our communities, and we collaborate on how we can collectively solve some of these issues. We do extensive work in kindergarten transition. We convene a kindergarten transition committee in each of our counties, and we have representatives from early learning programs, elementary schools, EIECSE, and hub staff. These committees really brainstorm ways to improve kindergarten transition. Committees have made concerted efforts to educate school districts on the importance of a smooth transition for children entering kindergarten. This past year, we did some mini grants with hub funding to do kindergarten transition programs in the spring. We had 17 of our 18 school districts participate in that. Kind of a success example that came from these committees. As important as it is for children to be ready for kindergarten, we feel it's even more important for schools to be ready for kids. So all 3 of these committees collaborated on a project to get developmental information on each child from early learning programs to the school district that they will transition to. This is all done electronically through our website. Hopefully there is an example there, and please feel free to check that out. This has been super successful. And then with a growing number of challenging behaviors in the early learning and care sector, our Hub Governance Council decided to take this issue head on. Our Governance Council and Hub staff decided to become the leadership team for community-wide implementation of the pyramid model. We've been working closely with the team at ELSI from Oregon State on these efforts. We have MOUs in place for demonstration sites in our hub region. We have MOUs in place for 3 implementation sites. We are using some hub funding to contract with the Pele Center out of the University of Denver to coach these programs as they start their journey down implementing pyramid model. Lots of exciting things going on. It's been a journey in the community-wide implementation of pyramid model across 3 very spread out counties, but we're tackling it and we're getting there. Then, of course, with the early literacy dollars that were recently released, we have many projects that we have slated for that. We're working with home visiting programs to purchase books that they can walk into each home visit with a book for the child. And every one of these programs have agreed to not only deliver the book, but sit and model reading to the kids during that home visit. We are providing professional development around the science of reading for probably between 200 to 300 early learning educators in our area. And then we are also going to be doing some early literacy mini grants to try to reach all the edges of our vast region. And I will say almost all of our work is done in partnership with our local CZR. And we wouldn't be nearly as successful without that partnership. Thank you for the time today, Sue.
Thank you, Rod, very much, and thanks for condensing. Alyssa.
Yeah.
How would you like to condense?
I will be very, very fast, and I'm sticking with you all the rest of the day, so happy to answer questions later. I think as we've been thinking about the early learning hubs as a system and wanting to acknowledge that it's bigger than just the early learning and care sector, trying to like strike the balance of how to talk about this, that it kind of centering back into that work. But I think, obviously DELC is the primary funder of the hubs, where there are some other initiatives that certain hubs may be taking on. We currently are the primary funder of that work. And as you heard from Lisa and from Sue and from the kind of previous overview of really the 3 C's and their core responsibilities, there really has been extensive work to help articulate the important role hubs play beyond the early learning and care sector. And hubs are a key regional strategy for us, as I shared earlier, in making sure we can surface the needs of community and hearing from families and leveraging data to really inform our policies and practices. But I also want to name that they're not our only regional strategy, and that the child care resource and referral system is a key player when we think about the system, as well as our licensing field offices. And I think even the suspension, expulsion, prevention work that is launching with regional service providers are a really great example that not all hubs have the same responsibility. There are some hubs who are regional service providers for that system, and others who did not feel like they were the best suited or supportive of different regional service providers. And I think as we work with ORIMHA and help connect with local sectors, suspension and expulsion is such a great example of the cross-sector work, because the drivers of suspension and expulsion aren't limited to the early learning and care sector. And regardless of whether that work is owned by the hubs, they have to play a key part, and they're the ones in so many cases building the relationships, getting the folks to the table to understand the role that that health or that child welfare or K-12 and EIECSE can play in being responsive to the needs of communities. So I'll just stop there with that kind of big picture view. And it's just really been wonderful to hear all the examples of how this work is showing up on the ground. So I'll give you back 4 minutes.
Give us back 30 would be really helpful. All right, Rod, thank you very much. We appreciate you calling in from Eastern Oregon. And now we're going to go to housing, and Mitch, I think Mitch Anush is on the line, representing Director Bell, who couldn't be with us. Welcome, Mitch. If you say a couple of words, you will show up on our big screen.
Hey, Sue. Hey, all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So as the rest of the panels, will lead off with Sarah, who's the Executive Director of the South Coast Hub. Welcome, Sarah, and thanks for driving up here. appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will condense my comments as I know we're running out of time. Sarah Stevens, Deputy Director of the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board and the Early Learning Hub for the South Coast, which is Coos Curry and Coastal Douglas counties. I think the point I really want to drive home, you've got my comments in your packet, so you can read those there. But it's really how all of this work is really interconnected. We know that kids and families can't learn if they don't have stable, safe housing. And I am so happy to see some investments because we also know that we've got a facility crisis for childcare. And so seeing the legislative investment in a co-location has been really encouraging. However, I will say that to really incentivize investors and builders to use some of that precious square footage that they have in a very limited supply to put a childcare center in those developments is going to take a greater investment than the $800,000 that we currently have dedicated through the Build Up Oregon OHCS co-location project. I'm happy to serve on that advisory committee and happy to spread that message in the advisory committee. I was encouraged to see that Multnomah County has increased that investment to up to $1 million. That's getting us kind of there. And then I'll also say that for rural, part of this interconnectedness is that childcare doesn't pencil. Center-based childcare does not pencil in rural. And so if we do not invest in center-based childcare in rural at the same level of investment that we see in our urban communities, this money is going to go to waste. And we're going to see empty square footage in these co-location facilities, and that is going to be upsetting for all of our partners. And so I really want to just drive in the 30 seconds I think I have left that a challenge to all of us, which is I think that we need to think about supporting less with more. Oftentimes we want to be able to report really high numbers to legislature and say we were able to support this many people, but that often doesn't get us the impact that we really want to see in these communities. And so if I can leave you with anything and leave some time for our OHCS partner, it's really to say, how can we do less, but really make a bigger impact.
Thank you, Sarah. Well done and excellent points. And we know we've got a childcare problem crisis. Yeah. Okay, Mitch, welcome. Thanks for being here with us.
Thanks all. And yeah, apologies on behalf of Andrea for not being able to make it. She wanted me to express that if any of you want to reach out with specific questions, she's here to support this work and really excited about the ongoing collaboration efforts across all the different agencies here and looking forward to hopefully supporting the early learning hubs more intentionally too moving forward. I think that's really where I wanted to go with these comments, and I'll try to keep them really short too, is we see this as a real growth area for OHCS. I really liked Sarah's points on housing being foundational and really supporting all of this work around families and youth. And I think we acknowledge that need and really want to be able to be a partner to you all in this work in a way that maybe we've still got work to do, intentionally kind of connecting with early learning hubs and other kind of partners in community is something our agency has been moving towards in a way that we haven't potentially historically. We usually work through community action agencies and home ownership centers and developers in community that really do that intentional connection. And I think we have seen a need and a desire from the legislature and the governor's office and internally to really foster these connections a little more intentionally with community directly. And I think some of your organizations, in particular the hubs, are those organizations that we really want to work through to be able to have a greater impact and hear specific feedback like Sarah just offered around sort of where the Build Up Oregon framework is going and sort of some of the real needs on the ground. I think we want to be able to foster those and move forward. So I'm going to give like a few really high level bullet points on like things that we're doing around kind of regional engagements right now, generally, and places that can be tapped into potentially and connections that we're hoping we can like build a lot of this ongoing work that you all are doing. Phenomenal work. Also, thanks for having me. This is just wonderful to hear everything that's going on. How we can potentially connect into that. So real briefly, we don't have regional offices, but we have, HERD statewide. That's a gap for us. And so we have stood up an agency-wide engagement team to really focus on this kind of connection work, building not just connections with developers or community action agencies or homeless service providers, but thinking about how we can kind of build an ecosystem and think cross-agency, cross-sector in every community statewide. We're still growing that, but we have it and would love to kind of connect folks in if they're interested in building that up. We've been supporting regional housing summits recently. We had one in the North Coast last year, and South Coast recently happened, I think a couple months ago, and we're doing one in August in Northeast Oregon in La Grande. We're working with Housing Oregon, which is one of our kind of most influential advocacy groups, and excited about that. Generally trying to create a space in specific communities statewide that we can kind of get everyone to the table and talk about issues and how OHCS can support the work. So as you all know, OHCS has a lot of different divisions that do pretty distinct work. We have a home ownership division. As I mentioned, they work through kind of home ownership centers who are in community providing home buyer education and counseling to families and beyond. And there's also down payment assistance that gets offered to first-time home buyers through that program. We lean heavily on them for a lot of our kind of community engagement efforts, but are working really hand in hand and have a lot of kind of reporting requirements and things along those lines, and incentives that we can offer for specific targeted outreach to specific communities. And we have key performance metrics around kind of specifically thinking on the racial home ownership gap and how we can kind of work on closing that as well. Our housing stabilization division, as I mentioned, works through community action agencies, of which we have 17 statewide, plus Oregon Human Development Corporation, which serves farm workers all over the state. Each of them has a community-based needs assessment that they create to develop those priorities for their community, and we're a part of that development and support, the implementation of those. We also have several kind of interesting programs that are ongoing with housing stabilization, one of which is rental assistance for youth. This is, generally older youth, unaccompanied youth that are aging out of systems, and trying to connect them to rent assistance. It's a pilot program, but we're seeing it as a really interesting model. I think that we can hopefully expand beyond this initial kind of pilot stage. And I also, of course, want to talk about the executive orders from the last 2 years. We received a directive to kind of really target homelessness in a really aggressive way and shelter unsheltered households, create low barrier shelter beds, and focus on kind of prevention as well. That was extended recently in 2024. So Executive Order 2402. We were directed to coordinate with Oregon Department of Emergency Management and Oregon Health Authority, participate in the Interagency Council on Homelessness, generally think about statewide how we can support this work and really work across systems to support rehousing outcomes and housing stability generally. Part of the executive order is also the creation of multi-agency coordination teams, the MAC groups, which in every COC has a MAC group that is working to create interagency kind of plans and coordinate homelessness prevention and shelter opportunities at a really regional, specific community level. And OHCS is working really closely with them on the coordination and implementation of these groups and these strategies that are coming out of these groups. And that's been a really powerful tool. I think they've been able to bring a lot of folks to the table, and I really hope that we're able to bring folks in to those groups that want to be into those groups if there's folks at this table who are not yet part of those groups. Lastly, just affordable rental housing, which is more my wheelhouse. So happy to answer questions from anybody, but would love some ARH questions. We got a historic investment from the legislature. We had to revamp our entire house funding process to kind of match and meet the moment. We launched that a couple of weeks ago, which is extremely exciting, and we're calling it the ORCA, which is also exciting. I love a fun acronym. We created a new technical advisor group to assist with kind of this new application process, which is awesome. We're able to actually go out into communities, work with developers, but also cities and advocacy groups and philanthropic organizations to think about how we put these really complex projects together and help put units in community. We're also requiring more kind of standards from folks through this ORCA process, one of which is around engagement and community need. And every project that we fund now must describe how they're engaging with tenants, how their project is going to serve those tenants that they are engaging with. And a lot of what we're building in is around families. So if you're saying you're serving families, which we often get as a default, how is your project serving families in an intentional way? What is a design feature of your unit? Is it your unit size? Do you have a playground? Do you have common space that folks can gather in? Things along those lines that we really want to encourage folks to be thinking intentionally about, and talking to the people that are going to be living in these units about what they need, I think is a really critical piece of this kind of new standard-based process. We're trying to prioritize things that we see as important through kind of investment, where we have higher subsidy limits for larger unit sizes, and we have location-based criteria that allow for us to kind of incentivize those community space project features, playgrounds, resources to families. Yeah, sorry, am I going way long? Cool. I'm pretty done. I think it's just last thing was Build Up Oregon and supporting that co-location work. I think it's really exciting, and yeah, encourage folks to get involved with that where you can.
Certainly learned a lot from you agency directors as well as the hubs, as always. Great work that's being done. So we'll look forward to more of these conversations, perhaps in a little different venue. All right, we're breaking for lunch. If you ordered a lunch, I think we're here. And if you can stay and eat and chat, that would be awesome as well. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, what time do the event starts?
Oh, 12:30.
12:30, Sue.
Can you hear us?
Yep, thumbs up. Great.
I don't know what happened. Oh, what's it? You're welcome to stay, and you're also welcome to hit the road. Whatever you want or need to do, it's up to you. We're not giving you time to read the morning at all unless at the end of our meeting, the rulemaking is after when it's scheduled. But if that happens, we have some time at the end to talk about the morning. So thank you once again, Christy, Danny, Brenda, Lisa, for coming and getting here. And Sarah, she may have taken off.
Sarah.
I just want to say Harriet did a valiant job of trying to set up our day of show, and it was not anything that she did that caused us to be late.
Right. Totally agree with me. Oh my gosh. So, Alyssa is gonna be back in a few minutes. So we're gonna jump around on the agenda a little bit, and I asked Peter if we could jump to the retreat planning, which is also in our agendas. And I want to thank Peter for being willing to host and coordinate us. As Brendan knows from last year, it's a big assignment. So.
Renee is our partner.
Yes.
So we have a draft planning schedule there in the packet. We're looking at October 28th, being kind of the travel day and a potential evening session. The idea is that most people will be coming, most probably from the north, that might be good to stop in Grants Pass on the way down and to visit the Growing Together Center that was developed. It was a partnership between our hub and our Reading Center. That's a delightful segment. It came from a response to people coming out of the pandemic. The hub surveyed over 300 families asking what your biggest need was, and the number one response was connection. So that the center developed that. So folks get a chance to tour the facility. I think they'll be delighted by it. The Children's Museum in Medford, we're asking them if they'll host a reception for everyone, and try to get a couple of wineries to donate some wine, which I think they'll be willing to. So we've asked some hors d'oeuvres, and they'll be able to see the Children's Museum, which is quite cool. So that's the idea of the 28th. And you just keep getting Ashland's about 20 minutes past Medford, so Grants Pass and Medford, then you can head to Ashland for the hotel experience. And then for the first day, we're talking about, again, just like we did in Central Oregon, have a number of our community partners present of the work that's being done. I've mentioned the Oasis Center many times. It works with pregnant women who are in recovery or trying to get into recovery, and they do remarkable work. They work with hundreds of women each year, and they haven't lost a single baby to the child welfare system. So there's we'll talk about hub. We'll give their presentation. We'll talk about our part of the upstream initiative. Talk about the pyramid model, how that's scaling up. Workforce partnership. We'll talk about what they've developed in terms of pathway that we've developed. Workforce. City of Ashland has developed a city-run grant program for early childhood. Phoenix Town School District will talk about their alignment with the preschools that they are opening up in their district. And then we'll have some information from, we have the Oasis nursing students at Southern Oregon University have done a data project about child well-being in Jackson County. We'll spend the rest of the afternoon doing the council meeting, saying our priorities for the next year. Do an evening reception with community partners. And then we'll have another half-day meeting on day 2, which is the 30th, and people can hit the road. That's the initial approach. It'll be fun. And there's 2 places we're looking at in Ashland. One's right downtown, and if that works out, we can wander down.
It's not available.
That's not available. The other one's in South. It's like a 10-minute drive downtown, so it's still access. So make sure that people get a good national experience.
Thank you, Peter. Comments, reactions, suggestions, what else do you want to do in this 48-hour period?
Shakespeare Festival will be closed by then. You can't get late.
at some point, we will get council input on what you want the afternoon and then the morning to look like. You know, I've talked with staff about doing a progress report on Race Up Oregon. You know, we've talked about getting some metrics and some, you know, updates on what's happened and what have all of our partners done and been doing. So more to come, but as you all have ideas and things that you'd like to make sure we discuss as we put that agenda together, please send it. Work on that. So Peter, thank you. It'll be great. I love it. This will be a blast. I love Roseburg, I love Grants Pat, I love Bandon, doing that. Okay, now we're gonna jump back. Oh, do you wanna eat?
No, it's okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Whatever you want, you can eat and superintend update us on stuff. Or do you wanna talk?
No, I know you said, do you want me to tee up on that and talk about Tribal Hub?
Okay, sure.
To do that.
Okay, we're going back to the Tribal Hub on the agenda, council.
Okay. I'll just tee things up and Paulina can give the update, but just wanted to remind, so when House Bill 2055 first passed in 2021, it established a tribal advisory committee to really help Early Learning Division, now DELC, design what a tribal early learning hub would be. And so we have been working with them really the last 3 years to understand what it was that led to a tribal hub recommendation. You know, what is it the tribe really wanting to accomplish and want to have addressed, and then work through how we get there within state systems. And so I'll let Paulina talk a little bit more about how that work has kind of evolved and what the current recommendations are and really the next steps over the next few months as we head into session. So Paulina, and I don't know if folks have gotten to meet Paulina yet. So Paulina, if you want to introduce yourself, I know the council's really been excited about the Tribal Affairs Office.
Yes, welcome, Paulina. We're excited to meet you. If Gabby can get you on the screen.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope.
Oh,
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me and see me.
yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, so I'll just quickly introduce myself and share some information about the hub and Otella. Well, first, my name is Paulina Whitehat. I am the Tribal Affairs Director at DELC, and I am Dene, an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I'm originally from Northern Arizona, but I'm currently in Eugene, and I came aboard at DELC in early January and have been learning about the work that the TAC has been doing to establish the Tribal Early Learning Hub, and which has now shifted to establishing the Tribal Early Learning Plan and also a fund for it. So so right now, so I'll just kind of like go a little bit backwards. So currently the DELC submitted the Tribal Early Learning Plan and Fund proposed bill language on TAC's behalf earlier this month on June the 20th. And so later, like in October, DELC will receive a draft of the bill with any kind of suggestions for changes or anything that needs to be addressed to the bill language. And there's going to be like they told us that there's going to be a 5-day window to make changes at that point. But there will be other opportunities to make any changes later in the process, such as during the upcoming legislative session in 2025 if needed. And what we've done at DELC is we're going to go ahead and draft a Dear Tribal Leader letter to each of the tribes so that they're aware that this, like what's in the bill language, and if they have any recommendations or if they have any feedback, and also just letting them know that we're going to expect a draft to come in October, and then also whatever they need to do to prepare for the legislative session, they can do on their part. And I'm hoping that you can hear me.
Yeah, Paulina, can you hear us?
Not at the moment, but maybe it's because everyone is quiet.
Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now, Paulina?
Yes, I can.
Great. So sorry if I missed this, but what's legislative council drafting for us? What's the bill? It's to set up the alliance instead of the hub.
Yes, it is to change the work from instead of like developing a tribal early learning hub. There's been the Tribal Advisory Committee they wanted to establish a tribal early learning plan and a fund to support that plan. So there's a bill that they've been working on to ask for that change, and then also to repeal the other statute for the tribal early learning hub.
So there will be kind of three pieces. There'll be a tribal early learning plan that we've been building off of the ODE, American Indian Applicant Student Success Plan, because it originally extended to the early learning raise in Oregon. And then working with the Tribal Advisory Committee to understand what exactly they want to see when it comes to outcomes for Native children, when it comes to the workforce, supporting children. And then they would like to see a fund that would be able to resource tribes to make progress on those goals. But the plan will also set expectations for DELC and what we do across our other funding streams and program services. And then they'll establish, right now, the Tribal Advisory Committee is statutorily just focused on recommendations for a tribal hub. And once the tribal hub, which we're not going to do, stands up, then they would go away. And what surfaced here is in lieu of a hub, because what the tribes really said they wanted was to have access to resources to use the way they think they need to serve their communities. They don't need an intermediary, and they want to really protect their sovereignty by having that direct government to government relationship with us. And a tribal hub is a middleman, is a third party. But they also want to have what they're calling OTELA, the Oregon Tribal Early Learning Alliance. And so this would be an advisory board, basically, with representation from the tribes, with parents and providers who can help hold DELC accountable to the implementation of the plan, provide guidance, insight, raise issues, request services if multiple tribes wanted certain technical assistance. There would be some resourcing that would sit with Paulina's office that we could provide TA through contract support. So it's really creating a space for us to have continued conversation in a true government to government format with the tribes about their needs as it relates to early learning and child care. And so to Paulina's point, all that needs to be codified in statute. We need to replace the references to a tribal hub and the TAC. And so we've been working with the Tribal Advisory Committee to figure out what needs to be codified, what do they want in statute, what maybe is better suited for rule, what is more about a policy and procedure, so we can find that right balance and making sure there's durability, and this isn't dependent on me being here or dependent on who's in leadership roles with each tribe, but that it's something that can be sustained in 10 years regardless of who's in what position.
So, so the tribal early learning plan is done?
No, so we've created a crosswalk of kind of what's been developed, and we're continuing to surface that, but we'll continue designing that plan really over the next year or two. And when this legislation hopefully passes next year, we'll need to then stand up OTELA, and then they will look at sort of really a very full draft and see if there are refinements or adjustments they want to make before kind of making it official. So we've been spending the last several TAC meetings walking through the draft legislative concept language and looking at existing plans that tribes have already given input to, and seeing what the early learning connection points are and then what's missing.
And is a role for the council in this plan or to find how we're going to relate to Otella?
I would say it's through Raise Up Oregon, but we as Dell have the government to government relationship with the tribes, not through Learning Council. So there isn't, at least at this point, any explicit fallout for the council. It's more about our responsibility as a government agency to uphold, the treaties and expectations set between tribes. So I think we could see more council role as it develops, and as Otella stands up, I could see a lot of opportunity for thinking. Angie Blackwell, of course, was the kind of early learning council representative on the tribal advisory committee. But one of the things that surfaced pretty early on was whatever this configuration would be, they did not want an early learning council representative. They wanted it to really just be members of the tribes. And so there might be someone like an Angie who's wearing multiple hats, but they wouldn't be sitting there as a council representative. They would be sitting there as a tribal representative. So thinking about which hat they're wearing when they're serving.
Because Angie had both hats.
She had both hats too. Yeah.
So do they want to have a member on this council or not?
Yes, I think that would be separate. So we're not trying to take away, it's just the structure of Otella is going to be very focused on the implementation of the plan, similar to ODE's AI and Student Success Committee. And I think making sure there is a connection with the council in some way will be important, but they don't want there to be a seat on Otella. So Angie's position was a non-voting position on TAC because she was a council representative and couldn't hold the same weight as tribal representative. So that's sort of the nuance that they're trying to balance.
But they're still advertising, trying to recruit a
Yes,
member for the council.
Yeah, and that's in statute, and there's no plans to remove that from the council statute.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry if I interrupted Paulina. Are we okay?
Anything else you want to add, Paulina? In terms of the
Yeah.
process?
Sure. Yeah, I don't want to take too much time, but we have really been working with the Tribal Advisory Committee and then really understanding that the Otella, the alliance, is a future. It's going to be like a group in the future. So sometimes when we talk about TAC and Otella, people kind of get confused, but once we tell them that TAC is like now and then Otella's in the future, it makes a little bit more sense. But the Tribal Advisory Committee has really made, emphasize that they would like their early learning programs and also their childcare programs to be focused on incorporating and revitalizing tribal languages and also tribal cultural practices into their program and into their services. And so we've listened to them and allowed for that, and they really want flexibility in the funding and then also in the resources for whether it's like the TA, the technical assistance, whether it's for professional development and any other resources, so that it's focused on what the tribe's priorities are. And each of the 9 tribes have their own priorities. So really understanding what those priorities are and what those needs are and what the strengths are. But the commonality is that they want to really focus on tribal language revitalization as well as the culture, and just making sure that the funds are and the resources are flexible so that it can be used to meet the needs of each tribe.
Right. Thank you, Paulina. We appreciate the overview and welcome to Delk.
Thank you.
And welcome to the council. We'll look forward to seeing you again as things progress with Otella.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa, for that update. Elena, are you on? Yes, you are. So we're going to switch now to, and thank you, Elena Barreto, for coming and giving us an update on the amazing social emotional health event, the summit they had that several of us were at. So welcome, Elena.
Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me be here. Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elena Barreto, and I'm the Senior Early Childhood Policy Advisor with the Children's Institute. And so I'm here to talk a little bit about the Early Childhood Summit that we hosted with Trauma Informed Oregon back in March. Next slide.
Interrupt 1 sec. Is the sound our problem, or do we need Elena to use it?
It's our problem, unfortunately, and there's nothing that IT can really do to fix it. Since it's been so temperamental.
Can you?
Elena, can I have you mute and then unmute yourself? Sometimes that hands up for you. And then go again.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yeah, we can hear you, Elena. It's a, what's the word? It's a little grovelly just because of us, not you. So go ahead and thank you for being here.
All right. I will try to yell into my microphone a little bit more. All right, Gabby, can you go to the next slide? All right. So just to give a little bit of background on the event, we hosted this with Trauma Informed Oregon, and we invited partners from early childhood, education, health and behavioral health, advocacy, and philanthropy to all be in the same room together to talk about the challenges and issues around social emotional health and well-being in early childhood and families across Oregon. There were 221 participants in person and another 70 online. And just to give a sense, we had over 400 register by just doing targeted outreach to the aforementioned sectors. So we didn't even really get to do the broad outreach that tends to happen with summits, which I think just speaks to the desire of people wanting to come together and really talk and work through issues around social emotional health and well-being. Next slide. So during the event, we had folks have conversations at their individual tables. And one of the things that we asked was what their vision is around social emotional health. And so these are the words that were mentioned the most from responses. And just to highlight a couple that jump off the page, you can see every child, family, adults, caregiver, and communities, ensuring they feel supported, loved, and valued. Next slide. Sorry? Is that a question?
No, go. You could go,
Okay.
Elena.
Go ahead. Okay. The other thing that we asked was what's working for children and families in communities. And so I'm not going to read off all of the supports that are mentioned, but I did want to note that in the note section of the report, you can see more of the definitions or what people meant by their responses in relation to these supports. One thing that we do know is that these are happening in communities, but they may not be happening consistently across all communities in Oregon. And so thinking about how do we make these available for all children and families in the state. Next slide. So we wanted to bring in the connection to Raise Up Oregon. We know a lot of this work isn't new. A lot of what you're going to hear today isn't new. There have already been commitments made and progress by state agencies. And based on the conversation earlier, we heard a lot of that progress with state agencies and hubs. So just wanted to make that connection. Next slide. So I'm just going to highlight 4 of the themes that really emerged from the conversations at the summit. The first being limited and unstable social emotional health funding, which really includes early childhood education and mental and behavioral health services. We know there's a need for continued advocacy for stable and adequate funding with a focus and prioritization on culturally relevant mental health and social emotional support for kiddos and the adults caring for them. Also wanted to acknowledge some of the work that is underway Obviously, this isn't all of it, but just some of the things around maternal mental health and substance use disorder services, the child level social emotional health metric at CCOs, coaching, and the implementation of the pyramid model, and thinking about ways to leverage these opportunities with funding and resources available so that children and families really feel supported, valued, and loved. Next slide. The next thing was around fragmentation among agencies and programs and how this hinders coordination and collaboration, leading to disjointed service delivery. We tend to focus on challenges in programming rather than the interconnectedness of them. And so really prioritizing that interconnectedness of agencies and systems to ensure holistic programming. Here at the ELC, this is already a place where a lot of those cross-sector conversations are happening, and your role in continuing to facilitate ways for agencies to coordinate and leverage those resources amongst each other. One of those that I want to highlight that was talked a lot about at the summit was the coordination needed between the social emotional health metric and the suspension and expulsion prevention program. I also just wanted to mention that one of the processes that we've seen and would recommend is improvement science, because it really dives into the root causes around challenges and then has processes for working collaboratively to create and try different change ideas while nurturing, growing what's already working in communities and then building out those change ideas to scale. Next slide. And so given the diversity of families in Oregon, we know there's a need to center the children and families that are underserved and support community-based solutions that address their needs. Additionally, we need to continue working on the infrastructure of accessibility for mental and behavioral health services for BIPOC and linguistically diverse families, children with developmental delays and disabilities, and children in rural areas. A lot of community-based organizations have already had to figure this out, but need those continued capacity building initiative and funds to continue the work in their own community. Since they are the ones doing this cross-sector work on the ground, making sure that they're invited to tables where that co-creation of cross-agency initiatives is happening. Next slide. And then workforce. There's already been a lot of conversations around workforce. We know at the Early Learning Council and across the state. Again, this isn't new, but thinking about how to address these in a cross-agency and interconnected fashion. And so one thing to think about is bringing together a cross-sector work group with folks already working on this. And so again, this isn't everyone, but to highlight the Early Childhood Equity Collaborative that's working on the workforce study and has recommendations coming out later this year. Folks at the Balmer Institute that are creating a behavioral health bachelor's degree with the hopes of being able to bill for health insurance. And the Early Childhood Scholarships, which is for early childhood practitioners, both in education and behavioral health. This exists in statute, but hasn't yet received funding for implementation. Next slide. And so just to wrap up, what we heard at the summit is a desire to live in a state where children and families feel supported, loved, and valued. And there's also a desire to come together as a collective to address these challenges. But we need to put in place these structures and mechanisms to accomplish this, following the lead of community-driven solutions. I know we're at time, but just want you all to know that the Children's Institute and many others are here to be thought partners and to support the work moving forward. And we thank you for the work that you are already doing to move this forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Elena. We appreciate you all putting the summit together and providing the report. I think the recommendations are certainly ones we've heard before. And hopefully, with all of us working together, we'll be able to actually make some progress on some of them. So count us in as partners.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's quite a gathering. Subran, please, hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Well,
Not
no,
really.
not really. No. Not good.
Okay, well, I will try in the chat, Gabby, I don't know if you can see the document that I emailed you earlier. But all of my comments are in this document. So if you can't hear what I'm saying, you can read what I'm about to share with you. And I'm here to give an update on the early childhood suspension and expulsion prevention program, and specifically the advisory committee, the advisory group. A lot has happened since our last meeting as an early learning council. Arimha is playing a central role now in planning and facilitating the advisory group. And they have brought with them, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear us. Give me one quick sec. I'm gonna switch over to a different camera so that we don't have to use this one anymore. Give me a quick sec.
Sure. All right. Go ahead. Should I go? Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
We don't want to do that, right?
I can hear you.
Okay, hang on, Subin. I want to leave this one. Okay, Subin, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Where's the sound on the? Okay, go again, Subin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
It should be working.
Check the audio on the Teams, or I'm sorry, on the Zoom. It should have an audio option.
Speakers.
Yeah. So.
Okay, go again, Subin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Hello.
Oh, we're.
No, he can hear you.
Oh.
I
Can you
can,
hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Oh.
And I want you to know that we have in front of us a print out of the report that you sent early this morning.
Great. Lovely. I can be brief because everything I'm about to say is already written in front of you. But I'll hit the melody, which is a lot has happened in the with the advisory group for early childhood suspension expulsion prevention since the last time that we met. Arimha has done a fantastic job leaning in as facilitators of the advisory group, and they've implemented a number of changes. One of them is that there is now an advisory group member is now the chairperson of the group, and for now I am the interim chair for the advisory group until we formally select someone. And Arimha, oh, sorry.
Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, yes. I was voluntold, but I was happy to oblige. And the Arimha has also fulfilled capacity in a number of really important ways. They're conducting appreciative interviews right now, so more one-on-one conversations where people can do a lot more dialogue. So not just capturing people's input in meetings, where that format can be really good for group dialogue, but there's so many diverse perspectives in that advisory group that Arimha is fulfilling the capacity to be able to really listen to individuals. And from that, there have been a number of folks who have really called attention to the immediate need to get communications out on multiple fronts. So that includes with our regional service providers, that includes our regional entities such as the hubs and the CCRNRs. That includes programs, getting the word out to programs. And so Arimha has really put a lot of structure and a lot of process in place to make those items move forward and to give clarity to the advisory group of how things are progressing along the way. Another thing that is worth mentioning and highlighting from the notes in here is that Arimha has submitted a proposal for their work plan to DELC, and it includes 3 pillars. Those 3 pillars are the coordinated systems of support that we've been talking a lot about, but they're also, their second pillar there is around implementation science and implementation research, of creating a statewide approach to infant early childhood mental health consultation. And that's really Arimha's wheelhouse and where they really get to lean into their expertise and their strengths. And then in the third pillar is embedding equity systems wide. If you look to I believe the 3rd and 4th pages of the document that are in front of you, you can see the finer points of what Arimha wanted to share with the council in terms of where progress is being made. So I'd be happy to take any questions or hear comments.
Thank you, Subin, number 1, for being the council connector to the advisory committee. Number 2, for agreeing to be the interim chair. And number 3, for putting this wonderful update together while on vacation with your family. So we are indebted to you. Questions of Subin on the progress. We've asked that we get a staff update at all of our council meetings. So this is the first of those. And entertaining questions or comments, what you're hearing out in the field and in your region. Yes, yes.
I just wanted to add to Susan's update on the advisory group. We also are working with a communications contractor so that by the end of July, we have core messaging documents. We have kind of FAQs available, and we'll be overhauling the suspension expulsion prevention program webpage. So that it's much more accessible, it has more relevant information. We'll also be developing one pagers that are with the provider audience in mind and then the broader community audience in mind, as well as kind of having a list of resource and core messaging that we can draw from so that we have really consistent language when we're presenting, when we're putting together future documentation. And so we've got that contracted through end of July, so you should start seeing some of that roll out in August. So just wanted to name that that's sort of been in progress behind the scenes and recognizing that from what I'm hearing in conversations with community partners, there's a lot of misunderstanding, and it's really highlighting to me that we need to do a better job of telling our story and sharing what is being developed. And I think Orimpa is just such a good fit. They really get it, and they're such a key part of this. But we will continue to kind of put out information to help tamp down the misunderstandings and the fear and the anxiety that's really coming from this with the ban taking effect in 2026. So more to come this summer, but wanted to share that.
So if Orimpa is drafting a messaging communication feedback plan, how does your coordinator, contractor fit in that?
Yeah, so ours is sort of bigger picture, what's been done to date, what the big picture vision is. So what I think we've surfaced as a struggle, even in these council meetings, with such a complex system. So it's really trying to distill down at sort of a high level what to expect. And then there will be a lot of intersections with this feedback plan, but this will sort of be the foundation to kind of draw from. And then once we have that structure set up, we'll also be thinking through, the next 2 years and being able to kind of crosswalk and making sure that DELC has the right infrastructure capacity and understanding of what we need to do in helping Orimpa and regional service providers and moving towards deeper implementation.
Is the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion Initiative and OSU included in these discussions? Are they part of the advisory group? Are they part of the communication?
Communication right now, we're looking at everything we've done and have known and have done a really poor job of talking about. And so the inclusion initiative, pyramid model as a foundation, that will all be incorporated. Right now, we're focusing on internally what our team has been working on for the last 3 years, and then of key interviews at the front end with a few partners to inform that. And then our hope is to be able to do some message testing as it's out and work with Orimpa to make sure if things aren't landing or we can understand what continues to be an area of confusion or need that we've missed, then we can work with Orimpa and regional service providers as well as our team to figure out who needs to address which part of that.
And I would add, Peter, you probably can't see this because you're looking at a paper document, but there's a link to a visual graphic of the 3 pillars that I was telling you about from Orimpa. And on that graphic, it lists foundational documents that are kind of guiding their work plan. Right now, it names things such as the Black Child Development Initial Documents, the legislation itself. There's a Portland State University document on equity. And if there's a group of people or a foundational document that the council thinks is important to inform the early childhood suspension expulsion prevention program, you can send it my way or send it directly to the folks at Orimpa, and they've been doing a great job of incorporating and integrating information because, as Alyssa said, this is a complex program.
But did you get an answer to your question? Are they on the advisory committee?
It sounds like they're not. But
It sounds like they're not.
so the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion Initiative, they're not part of the advisory committee.
I can't recall. There's so many folks, but to my recollection, no, I don't believe there's someone on the advisory group representing.
It's in the reverse. John is, I think John Reeves is, right, John, yeah.
My hope is that when the communication happens, we'll be able to go to a provider or a hub or anybody and say, here's how this all fits together.
That's the goal. And I know Orimpa is also looking at the makeup of the advisory group. I know we surfaced with the hub work. There's no hub representation, for example. There's some key community partners who either, in most cases didn't apply to be on the advisory group, and we're seeing the consequences of not having them at that table. So I know RIMHA is also looking at kind of reconstituting who needs to be there and some of the lessons learned over the last years. This has been stood up. So that could be a place where we see connection, but we have multiple people on our team sitting with the Inclusion Initiative folks at ODE.
Yeah, and this was discussed at the last advisory group meeting in terms of what should who should be here in this advisory group meeting. And I don't know if we landed in a particular place because we were in small groups where we were discussing that. But what I did see in ORIMHA's plans is they're going to be reaching out to different folks to do one-on-one interviews. And I like how Alyssa just put it, kind of thinking about how to reconstitute things.
I think a point Peter's bringing up, and I've heard Peter and I think you, Subin, say it also, is that embedded in SEPs is a huge opportunity to try to finally pull a lot of these separate strands together and say, oh, this is what the whole package looks like. We really are building a system here. And it's not just, this is at OSU and this is at ELD and this is wherever.
Right.
So I think we just want to really capitalize on that opportunity, which is what you're saying.
And if the Inclusion Initiative is taking the lead on connecting with hubs and CCRRs on scaling up the pyramid models, then we need to align that work with the work that is happening. So
Right.
Right. And yeah, and this definitely, what you're speaking about is why I appreciated that the first pillar that ORIMHA came up with is coordinated systems and networks of support. What the idea or concept behind that is exactly what we're talking about. How do we pull together and paint a vision of a system of supports for providers?
Thanks,
Right.
Susan.
Thank you, Subin. Other questions about Subin or comments about SEP, questions of Alyssa and Delk's role in this? Obviously, ORIMHA is in a leadership position, but Delk is right alongside them.
ORIMHA has in a leadership position with the advisory group as a central entity, but Delk is still the holder of the suspension expulsion prevention program. So we're not like backing out of the space. It's just we were subbing in the advisory group part because we were transitioning between trauma-informed Oregon to a new central entity in ORIMHA.
And who has the lead role with the regional service providers? That's ORIMHA, right?
ORIMHA's gonna have a lead role with that as the rest of them get selected. Right now, kind of in the interim, we're still trying to get all those regions selected. So there's still that transitional space.
And is ORIMHA part of that selection?
Yeah, they'll be part of that.
Okay, other questions? Reflections, whatever.
My only question was that, and thank you for that clarification, if it's helpful.
Well, things have come a long way since we last talked about this. That was a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, I think, again, there's a lot that's been happening, and I think we just, there's like a 9-page timeline document of what's happened over the last 3 years, and so that's where our contractors are gonna help us, like, how do you distill that down into something digestible and easily seen and understood, so that we really can push back on this feeling, this really valid feeling that we are not doing enough. There's been a lot that's happening, and we're just not doing we're not doing the right type of storytelling, coming back to the power of storytelling. So that's what we're focusing on with the contractor.
Great. Thank you, Subin. Thank you very, very much for all of this. So, Subin, Peter, Lana, Chris.
Good afternoon.
Last but not least by far, we are ready for some rulemaking, council. We're actually going to take some action today, 3 actions, and then have a briefing getting us ready for September. So, Chris, welcome. Thanks for being with us all day. We appreciate what you're doing.
Of course. Thank you so much, council members. And for the record, my name is Chris O'Grady, pronouns she, her, and I'm the legal affairs manager here at the Department of Early Learning and Care. And I'm going to bring some rulemaking actions forward to you to vote today. So the first rulemaking action that we have is for the employment-related daycare program. And these rules were brought to a rulemaking advisory committee. Since we had the rulemaking advisory committee, there were no changes to the draft rules that we brought to the council for review and for notice, and we didn't receive any public comments. So we are bringing them forward to the Early Learning Council today to vote as they were brought to you forward in the first notice. So we will just go ahead and call for a vote. I'm trying to move this fast for y'all.
So I worked with Chris to say, you know, they present the information to us and ask for discussion at one meeting. And then the expectation is we'll go to the next meeting, so we don't need to hear that same presentation again. But that's what you're seeing. It's not a railroad, but if you've got questions, now's the time to ask. Otherwise, Peter is prepared to make a motion. All right, Peter, you're up.
I move to adopt proposed rule language amendments dated June 26, 2024, that adopt amendments to the Oregon Administrative Rules 414-175-002, 414-175-005, 0015, 414-175-0030, and 414-175-0085.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, abstentions, motion carries. All right, next.
Thank you. And the next two rule sets are general administrative rules for the agency. As you know, as of July 1st, 2023, we are now the Department of Early Learning and Care. And so we need some general rules to move forward on some of our internal processes. So the first internal set of rules that we brought forward for this was the public records request. These were two rules. We had a rulemaking advisory committee. We did not get any feedback on the content of the rules, but did receive some requests to bolster our technical assistance on how members of the public can make public records requests of the agency. So our staff are looking through different policies and procedures that we could make that information and technical assistance available to folks. And we did not receive any written public comment. And so the draft rules are being brought forward as they were when they were originally presented to the Early Learning Council last month. Any questions?
If not, Peter.
I move to adopt the proposed rules dated June 26, 2024, that adopt proposed Oregon Administrative Rules 414-002-0000 and 414-002-0001.
Second. Thank you, Barry. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next, procurement.
Yeah, the final action is on our procurement rules that we really heard from members of the public that they wanted alignment across all our procurement policies for all of our contracts and programs. So we have adopted with our agency principles around efficiency and equity, these procurement rules. We had a rulemaking advisory committee, and it was really just echoed in that rulemaking advisory committee that it was great to see that there's transparency around our procurement policy and procedures and that our procurement really has gotten faster for folks. They did not suggest any amendments to our rule language for the procurement rules, and we did not receive any written public comments. So we are bringing forward the procurement rules as they were brought forward last month in our presentation to the Early Learning Council. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm guessing all of you were very impressed with the presentation last month. I missed that part of the meeting, but when I had met with Lori Nordleen, the staff person before the meeting, I was just super impressed with her credentials, her experience, and just her approach to making procurement possible and flexible and fast. So I think we're in good stead finally.
Lori's our procurement director, and I think she's on the call as well.
Oh.
We're very, very lucky to have her on our team.
Yes, we're delighted to have her on the team. So hearing no questions, and I'll say in advance, Thank you, Peter.
Sure. Yeah. You have to drink the water.
I move to adopt the proposed rule language amendments dated June 26, 2024. The adopt amendments to the Oregon Administrative Rules 414-070-0000 through 414-070-0430.
Okay. Okay. Well done. I don't know if we're gonna go forward.
Oh, well, because this is its own division, so you can just say the first and last one in the division.
Well, I do. That's why, thank you. Okay, great job. Was there a second for that?
I'll second.
Thank you. 2 seconds. Any discussion? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, thank you, Peter. Well done. And now.
And for the real star of the show, I'm
Yeah.
actually going to turn it over to a member of the Child Care Licensing Division, Carol Peterson, to give us a briefing on some public engagement that we are doing in preparation for rulemaking that we'll be doing for family and child care providers. So I will turn it over to you, Carol.
Thank you. Can you advance the slide?
Yes.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Chair Miller and fellow council members. My name is Carol Peterson, and I'm a policy analyst with the Child Care Licensing Division. And I'm here to give a progress update on the revision for the Certified Family and Registered Family Rules. I'd like to begin by reviewing the guiding principles of CCLD's rule revision. We are examining and removing barriers to align with feedback from the field. We're using a plain language approach to increase understanding. We're aligning with nationally recognized best practice when possible, clarifying existing CCLD practice, and we're going to organize the rule division in a logical manner and create consistency across all license types. Today's presentation will focus on CCLD's efforts to gather feedback from childcare providers regarding the barriers they are experiencing within the licensing rules and regulations, which connects to our first guiding principle. In addition, this guiding principle directly aligns with strategy 14.6 in Raise Up Oregon's system plan. The list shows the current engagement activities that we've completed, as well as will be completing in the future. The activities listed are similar to what CCLD followed when creating the Certified School-Age Childcare Center rule set in 2022, as well as when revising the rules for certified childcare centers in 2023. As of this meeting, CCLD has completed listening sessions with childcare providers, elicited feedback via an online feedback form that was available on the DELC website, and held the first meeting in a series of up to 4 sessions with a community work group. In addition, CCLD continues to meet monthly with AFSCME leadership. Over the next few slides, I'll provide more details on the timeline, some completed engagement activities, and give an overview of what we've learned so far. Next slide, please. So engagement on these rules, this rule set actually began prior to this timeline with some engagement conducted prior to the pandemic. The star indicates where CCLD is at with the rulemaking process now. The revised rules will be presented for adoption in December of 2024 with a proposed effective date of July 2025. The 6 months between the adoption and effective dates allows for agency staff training, development of resources and technical assistance for providers, as well as any IT updates needed to our licensing database to support the implementation of the revised rules. Next slide, please. So CCLD conducted listening sessions with family childcare providers as one of the first rule revision engagement activities. The sessions took place from mid-January to the end of February, and they were conducted in the primary language of the provider. The sessions were 45 minutes in length and had up to 5 individuals in attendance. The intent of these sessions was to better understand from a provider's perspective what rules are challenging for them to follow, what rules they would like to see removed, and what other barriers they may be experiencing operating their childcare business. Next slide, please. The following outreach efforts were conducted prior to the sessions taking place. CCLD identified both certified and registered providers to participate to ensure this opportunity was available statewide. In addition, CCLD supported language-specific childcare providers with a direct reach out by phone or email, and the details of the session were translated into the primary language of the provider. The sessions were offered at various times during the work week, including evenings, in order to accommodate providers' busy schedules. Staff from other CCLD and DELC units, including the language-specific staff, facilitated the sessions to allow providers freedom to discuss licensing difficulties they have experienced or are currently experiencing. Prior to the session taking place, reminder emails were sent to the providers, and if a participant didn't attend, CCLD did follow up with that provider either by email or phone call to offer an alternative day or time. This resulted in the following. We heard from 46 providers from 13 different counties from across the state, which represented both rural and urban perspectives. Both certified home and registered home providers participated. We heard from English, Spanish, and Russian-speaking providers. In addition, we held one dedicated session to AFSCME leadership. Next slide, please. CCLD also offered one additional opportunity to engage and provide feedback, which included being able to share information in an online feedback form. This form was posted on the DELC website and was translated into all 5 languages, and the form was active from February through April. The feedback form prompt asked participants what licensing rules they would like to see changed and why, and the form allowed for participants to remain anonymous if they didn't feel comfortable with supplying their contact information. The feedback form resulted in 62 responses from English, Spanish, and Russian-speaking providers, and the information gathered through the online feedback form was added to the previous information that was collected through the listening sessions. Next slide, please. So the information collected from both the listening sessions and the online feedback form were categorized, and some overall themes began to emerge. These themes fell into certain categories, such as providing more flexibility in group size requirements for certified family homes, which allows for a more fluid mixed-age environment that takes place in family childcare. The administration tasks and requests for a reduction in required paperwork, more flexibility or options for storing hazards that our current rules do require be stored under child safety lock, increased responsibilities for staff in certified homes that have an active CBR enrollment, changes to some indoor and outdoor equipment requirements, such as protective surfacing for outdoor equipment, and the number of toilets that are required in a certified home, which can affect a program's overall capacity. Some additional themes arose that CCLD cannot immediately address due to federal or state statute requirements, such as allowing someone to be on site for their orientation without enrollment in the CBR, and increasing the numbers of children allowed in registered family homes. So in addition, when we received the feedback pertaining to other units or agencies, for example, ORO, which is Oregon Registry Online, or the ERDC program, that information was captured and shared with the appropriate parties. Next slide, please. In April, we began recruitment for the Family Child Care Community Work Group, and this work group is the second stage of engagement where the participants will review draft rule language based on the topics identified from both the listening sessions as well as the online feedback form. The recruitment strategies for this work group included a direct reach out by email or phone call by CCLD staff, promotion from partner agencies such as the Child Care Resource and Referral, and promotion through DELC's childcare updates, website information, and social media blasts. Rule language related to both license types, the registered family childcare and certified family childcare, will be reviewed during this work group, and participants will be compensated for their time and feedback. And the meetings are open to the public. We held our first work group meeting last night, and 15 people attended. Those attendees included registered home providers, certified home providers, childcare resource and referral staff, and representatives from the hub. The session was also simultaneously interpreted into Spanish to support the language-specific attendees. There will be up to 4 work group meetings held, and the topics may include the roles and responsibility of other caregivers, documentation requirements and record keeping, and storage and hazards, the storage and protection from hazards, as well as the outdoor play equipment and indoor environment. So this work will be completed prior to the development of each rule set, which will be reviewed by the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, or RAC, later this year, which will be in the latter part of fall. Next slide, please. So the next steps that we are planning is we're going to continue to complete the community work group. We're incorporating recommendations where possible. We want to draft the rule language available for public comment in September, present the content to the ELC in September, hold rulemaking advisory committee in the fall, present the final rules for adoption in December of 2024, with a proposed effective date of July 1st, 2025. So this covers the rule engagement process we've completed to date and will be completed in the future. So please let me know if you have any questions, and I'd be happy to answer those, or I can get back to you at a later date with the answers to those questions.
Wow. Carol, nice job in a very complex set of rules. Questions of Carol, comments, suggestions, what you're hoping to see between now and September when Carol comes back again?
I just want to thank Carol for a comprehensive process.
Well, I have to, my counterpart, Abby Strom, is on the call as well, and she is integral in this process and has been leading the charge. So most of the credit goes to her.
Hi, Abby. Good to see you again as well. Yeah, that community outreach is very, very impressive. I think based on some history, we're really glad that you've got an AFSCME leadership group at the table, and they're certainly having an opportunity to provide input early and often, as well as providers and families and everyone. It's very impressive. Other questions, comments, hopes for?
I'm just really grateful to see the outreach you've done. This is an important issue in rural because so much childcare in rural is this particular bucket. So just appreciative of the outreach there.
It's great. And the multi-language, hugely important. All right, Carol and Abby, thank you very, very much. We'll look forward to seeing you in September.
Okay, thank you for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Chris, thank you for setting this up. We're gonna, have you do more of this. We're gonna share these meetings. What's gonna happen? Oh my gosh. Okay, council. 28 minutes. Oh my. 18. Okay. I would love some, feedback, conversation, discussion about the hub session, what worked, what didn't work other than lack of time. It wasn't through lack of trying, as Brenda pointed out. Gabby and Harriet met with all of the presenters and laid out, the timelines and stuff, but those are always impossible to stick to. So feedback, not only on the process and how it worked, but also on the content and, you know, pluses, minuses, how do we want to do panels in the future, et cetera. So.
I'll start. What I've heard from community is it's great to have the state agency leaders present, but having those concrete examples about what it means on the ground, even if it's just a focus on one thing, is super helpful. So I think having these agencies plus the hubs here as, you know, sort of representatives of the community showing what the direct service is, what the connections are from this high level to the service that people are receiving. I've also heard, you know, we want to hear how the CBOs are receiving this, how families are receiving this. So I don't know if this is really the venue, or if there's an opportunity to sometimes pull in maybe people that are actually receiving the services to get their opinion or their view on, you know, at the different levels, what it looks like, right? So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have these sort of pairs talk about the same topic through their own lenses. So that's really helpful. Time is always an issue, but I think it's worth spending the time to hear directly from the folks doing the work. I think that's been something that I've heard over and over and over again. I've had questions like, can there be a council member that's a parent? I know there are parents here, but specifically through that lens. So I think we're getting to some of that through these conversations that are really more specific about what the service looks like. Why does this matter? Where are the connecting points, right? And hearing from someone like Lisa saying, here's what we actually need, how you all can be helpful is super important too, right? So I think about the opportunities for us as a council to maybe do some advocacy work with regional partners. What does that look like? So I'm really interested in digging into that a little bit. I do think it's really important to have the state agencies leaders here because the buy-in is super important at that level. But we want folks on the ground to buy in as well, and really understand what these things mean. I know sometimes people viewing the council meetings are like, okay, it just, you know, what does that mean for me specifically? And they can't, you know, the connections aren't there for them. So we need to do a little bit of a better job with that.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Thanks. Good observations.
And Subin has his hand up.
Subin.
Just want to echo what Ruby was saying. She nailed it. I feel like so important to have the heads there. And I feel like when I get updates, there's so many different areas of the system being named that I get lost. And the thing that grounds me is story, right? And then the other thing that I would love is like just different grain sizes of information, the way that Ruby was talking about that. Yes, I want to hear about people's lived experiences in the field, on the ground, and other folks from these departments. So I don't know if the RUACT, you know, that team, or if there are folks from that team that can kind of speak from their perspective around, you know, how interagency collaboration is going. But that would be really helpful. And something I just really appreciated just in general today was having the hub leaders at the meeting. I wish I was there. I think I often get the sense that hub leaders wish they had more of a voice in meetings like this. And so I'd love for it to be done again. I'd love for us to keep thinking about opportunities to do that.
Okay, thanks, Subin.
Yeah, to reinforce what everyone's said so far, I actually think for the agency heads, it was particularly important to hear from the hub leaders because yeah, they know what they know, right? And they're looking at these issues through their channel of authority and responsibility. And the hubs are trying to blend. And hearing the challenges that of blending the work, coordinating the work on the ground, I think will help inform making it easier for them to do it. There's more coordination. And that actually leads to piggyback on Ruby's part, that leads to legislative changes, because part of what inhibits real board coordination is actually the rules in which these agencies have to operate. Right, so there needs to be an orientation around thinking that policymaking needs to be about how the end user, how the family, how the child is experiencing the policy objective. Right? So what is it that gets the point out to ask you, but what do you envision, right? For policies, but my perspective, I think that's when you can say, how do we want families to experience this service? What level of choices, what level of opportunities do we want them to have? And how do we want it to, and how do we make it easiest for them to access it? If you look at it from that way, it's not about what funding streams you've got, what line items you're doing, what programs you're doing. It's like, okay, I need to find care for my child. Right? Where do I go first? Who do I talk to? And then given who you are, where you are, what you need, how can I get help in meeting that need? Now the hubs are trying to do this, but they're trying to do it in a jury-rigged way, right? And they're not a resource. Yep. They're trying to do all this, and they are, I'm sure they feel at moments like Sisyphus. It's like, how do I make this happen? I don't have the money to make it happen.
I left that session saying in my mind, after being on an early learning hub myself for a few years now, thinking, oh, maybe we're really an early care coordination hub. And then in thinking about all of the directors sitting at the table and the outcomes for families they're trying to achieve with the outcomes the DELC's trying to achieve, but then you're the one, we're whoever resourcing this work, but also there is outcome overlap. So where are we missing that maybe the directors are not seeing that this is helping their outcomes and therefore resourcing these folks to do that work?
They don't control it. That is the fundamental problem. They don't control they don't control those people. They don't control those people. Like we will focus on the things that we do.
Right. But if we can understand or articulate the outcomes of these early care coordination hubs in a way that dovetails with the outcomes of the directors at the table, then the line for outcomes to resource is clear. Versus right now, we are making that leap for them instead of making it clear their outcomes are the same outcomes as these hubs. And therefore, DELC is resourcing them, but also we want to achieve your outcomes, resource them with you. So
How did you feel they did today, the hubs, how did you feel the hub representatives did on that alignment question to the interests of the agencies?
I think Lisa was great.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the presentation of information is good. I think we could have spent 3 hours on it. And it would say, I don't know, I'm not an expert at this table, I'm a newbie. I don't know exactly what their outcomes are. So I would have wanted to say, Director, I know your outcomes are da, 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 da. Here's what I'm doing and I'm helping achieve your outcomes. Maybe that's another conversation for another table and comes back to somewhere else, but how do we get there? I'm not sure. But to me, that's the magic sauce is pairing those two.
You made a great point. You look across the table, the OHA folks, they have a social emotional metric. I hope they heard today how instrumental it is for the hubs to be part of the work. So we actually lead the work of social emotional metric. Otherwise, it would just be an assessment tool.
Yeah.
And then you look at DHS, they have their family preservation effort that's now expanding statewide to decrease the number of kids in foster care. Right. I hope they really get that the hubs are that on the ground entity. And
most obvious connection is education.
Education.
We need that crosswalk that you're describing, we need the.
We need the crosswalk.
And the
make it
roads that
visible,
say
yeah.
like here, and this is how we all have a goal
Yes.
around that, so it's very black and white and not just one story, because I think they hear a lot.
Yep.
Well, and I also left thinking like, I know that you put together a strategic plan and all agency directors are required to do that. So does their strategic plan outcomes, align with yours and the ones of the hub? Cause like that's the time, right, where they're required to do it. We want that to be in there.
Yeah.
Does that happen? Do you guys talk as we create these strategic plans?
I mean, our hope is, like, we have a whole section of ours that crosswalks through the Oregon. The agency directors were far more involved in this iteration of Raise Up Oregon than the first one. The first one, Sue, Miriam and I were really trying to get to things we could include. And this kind of felt like the agencies were saying, here's what we're doing that we see as intersections. So my hope is that we see that reflected in their plans. That's obviously not a requirement, in the agency expectations, but I think we will see that. I think what we can do too is, as the agencies are releasing their plans, we just released ours this week, we can provide that lens from the council of saying, okay, we're taking the Raise Up Oregon analysis view and reminding you how this is connected. I think we also can, as we're doing this work with Bill, when I think about the outcomes of the hubs, in my mind, it shouldn't just be DELC related. It should be about the early childhood system. And so I think we should be including ODHS, OHA to say, what do you want to see? I love that ODHS brought data focusing on children under the age of 6. I mean, so I think we can get there now that agencies will all have. I mean, some of these agencies who've existed for decades have never had strategic plans. So it really is an opportunity for us to look across as they all start to roll out.
I was in a meeting yesterday with the coordination team, Bruya, call it. And the focus of my time with them was, can we, the council, get the governor's office to pull all of their relevant advisors together to hear about Raise Up Oregon. And just the idea of trying to get into the governor's office to see that they see these linkages that are in our plan and that other agencies are already connected to. So the governor's not starting from zero. There's already a table set and work being done. Yeah. But getting it at that, policy advisor level would be a huge win if we can do that. So, give it a shot.
Yeah.
Sue Beth.
The context that Alyssa, you and Sue just provided was so helpful for me because there's a personal reflection. This year, I felt like I did a lot of learning, right? We learned so much and we heard from so many different people. And what I'm beginning to kind of feel is, okay, so we have named in the Raise Up Oregon plan places that were natural convergences with all of these different departments, but there are elements of our vision that require a little bit of a departure or a little bit of a change from their existing visions, right? And outcomes. And so what are those things and who do we need to cajole or influence or persuade in order to get the alignment that we actually need to make this successful? And that's the question that I feel like we can grapple with next year. And I think that's a role that the Early Learning Council can play.
Right.
I think that really is the power of the council. I mean, when the Early Learning Council was first created, and even as we launched the first iteration of Raise Up Oregon and amended statute and membership, it was recognizing that there wasn't a space where birth through 5 was the focus. And obviously licensing, like we do other things beyond that, but the council was there to be the birth through 5 lens. And Raise Up Oregon was and continues to be so powerful because of the cross-sector nature of the work. And
And that's what can set the council apart, is it's not like other boards whose job is to just focus on, like your job isn't to just focus on DELC. It's to focus on the birth through 5 early childhood system. And we're a big part of that, but we're not the only part of that. And so I think really, as we think about the retreat and as we think about the next year, how do we strike that balance and really center this work into the system and thinking about the spaces where we can start making those connections. I think with the hubs as well, what I'm hoping, we do as a result of the next 6 months of work is if we can have a better, clearer, more impactful story about the purpose of hubs and what we can achieve with them, then it's not just a matter of ODHS, of Fair Boards wanting to resource the hubs. They need to get the money from the legislature to resource the hubs. It's also going to be a challenging case to make to the legislature if 3 agencies all say we want to fund the same entity. So there's some bigger, realities we'll have to think through. There also isn't a structure right now if agencies are funding the same thing to make sure we're not just buying the same stuff and paying twice for it, right? So there's a lot of agency infrastructure that we'll need to work through collectively to do this well and to be able to make the case, because the desire is step 1. Let's get that there and make sure people are bought in, and then we have to sell it. And make sure that there is agreement from the governor's office, from the legislature, that funding the hubs is the way to these goals. So, I mean, we are probably years away from really seeing that happen. But if that's a focus of the council, really focusing on using the space to drive those cross-sector conversations, I think is going to be key.
And you'll see some of that in strategy 3. Like
Yep,
strategy
yep.
3 wasn't just about what the hubs are doing, but this infrastructure issue of how would more than one state agency come together to fund the hubs to do what kind of work is in there, right? Because we saw that there were these barriers that you couldn't just do the desire and that would result in it. There's this other infrastructure piece we have to figure out.
Well, and as we said earlier, I think there are a couple of initiatives that we're involved in, some more than others, that are giving us that opportunity to start building the system, but kind of incrementally. So home visiting system is one of those. If we can get that system really built, then it's part of the bigger early childhood system. Hubs are obviously another piece, and SEP is another piece, and that can really pull together some of this social, emotional, and so I think the council is sort of primed to help be the convener and the one that's really going to drive some of those conversations. So yeah, when Governor Brown was in office, she had the children's cabinet, and that was made up of key legislators as well as state agency directors. Many of our partners who are here today were on that cabinet. I was on for the council. Children's Institute was on, lots of people, key leaders in early childhood were on. That no longer exists. So this is really that table. We're really it. So it's a huge responsibility, also obviously the opportunities that go with that. And the hubs are a key element. So it's going to be an exciting time, you guys.
Let's not mess it up.
What's the name of your program? Success is in there somewhere. Okay, anything else for the good of the order? 201. No. Thank you, everybody who's here. Gabby, you're.
Thanks, Gabby. Thank you,
Gabby.
I appreciate the jury rigging fix.
Subran, thanks for hanging with us. I don't know, Peg, thank you. Hey, we need to thank Peg also for testifying on our behalf.
Yes.
On the social emotional metric last Friday.
Thank you, Peg.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Brown, we didn't even see you today, but thanks for being on. And David, we hope you're feeling better. And some of us are going to see you in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Bill,